Hello and welcome to Office Hours, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Welcome, everybody. Session expired. Wow. Okay. They're having some struggles here. Welcome. So, welcome to the Office Hours, ladies and gentlemen. Office Hours is a live stream that I do on usually on Thursdays at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive, where I talk about the latest news, lore, and more from Star Citizen. We just jumped in from our Invictus lore tours from my other channel, The Astro Historian. So if you want to watch those live, come on in and hang out with us there and watch that. That next one is going to be kind of happening on Sunday. So. Like you, Professor, you've been out of breath, like you've been running. Don't ask questions aimlessly you don't want answers to. So yeah, check us out there. To the side. I'm also going to go grab something to drink because I haven't done that yet. But yeah, welcome. Going through some stuff real quickly. How y'all doing? Happy IAE for everybody. Big today revealed the most of the ship roadmap for the year. I haven't seen it. I haven't watched it yet, so I do have to go over that. Oh, IAE, ILW. I do that all the time. I call it Invictus and then IAE in my brain. Happy Invictus. IA, oops. Yeah. In my defense, today was the last day of school. So I still have school next week, but like it's finals and my students have already taken their finals. So, but my brain is out like school. Hey, look, it's a live view of the AstroPub. Yeah. Yay, down with school. It does mean good things for y'all because it means I'm going to be creating a lot more content here shortly. But I'm going to get something to drink. When I be back. When I come back, we will get started by watching the ISC. And I'm going to do a short segment. I'm going to try to keep it short, but it's going to be a capsule. Because we got discussions, CIG. We're gonna have a discussion about CIG's marketing team absolutely whiffing it with the NERSA commercial. It's real bad. It's real bad, and I don't mean technical. Technical, it looks great, but holy shit, talk about stepping on a landmine of your own making. Woo! That has never happened. Can we talk about something? What do you want to talk about? Want me to hop into the info runners real quick? Oh, let me hop in the info runners. Are you not live? Where are you? You're not in the recording booth. Where are you? I'm in the recording section now. There we go. What's up, X?
I'm here. No,
You're still alive.
I just watched the thing with all the what's it called? The Star Citizen Live.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm gonna mute the stream. I'm hearing my voice now. It's driving me mad. That sounds crazy. Yeah, I'm a little sleep deprived, so you have to forgive me. But they mentioned a Drake concept ship, and I need to talk to someone about it.
You mean the Drake lobster?
Well, whatever the fuck they call it, but like
I'm calling it
tell
the
me I'm
Drake
wrong.
Lobster because there's a lore ship called the Lobster, and I think it's a funny name. So
It is a funny name, but we actually asked people like, what would you call a fighter? Because we were assuming it was a fighter for Invictus, but now it's a concept. My brain goes to bigger ship. It's got to be bigger because it's concept, right? Am I wrong in my thinking?
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, that's and the only thing that we've got to go on is what happened at CitizenCon last year. And I had 4 reports of this, and I'm sure you had reports of it as well. Was that Jean Crew talked about a Drake Corvette?
That'd be interesting.
So we're talking like a Polaris level ship by Drake, and what would that be? And
that's a surprise vehicle. I don't think it's going to be flyable. Unless they said
no. Concept.
Yeah, concept. Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, like, when it's concept, I lean towards a bigger thing, right?
Yeah.
And as I said, the only one that we've heard anything about that's outside that's in that kind of size range is the Corvette, and it makes sense. You finish a Polaris, then you might want to do another one or plan for another one down the line, and it is the least number of ships in that size category. So you've essentially got the Polaris and the Odyssey are the only 2 kind of in that Corvette class.
Yeah.
Excuse me. But then I started thinking about roll, and I keep going back to the one we did ages ago. E-Warfare, an E-Warfare Corvette.
Like a stealth Corvette?
With the hacking and all that. Because it feeds into the Drake stuff. As in the hacking, and I can see it being used by pirates to kind of like lie in wait and stuff. So the reason I wanted to talk to you specifically, is there anything that you can see it doing that's kind of Drakey? Because I know you're really into the Drake stuff. So I started thinking of smuggling, lying in wait, piracy. Like what does that entail for you in a Corvette size? Like it's almost like the opposite of a Polaris, because it's instead of a militia-based thing, which is what
it's a Drake exploration Corvette.
Explore, yes. I see where you're going.
You see what I'm going? Well, because the thing is that Drake never. Drake doesn't be like, this is a pirate ship. They go, look at the Corsair. This is an exploration ship, and everyone goes, why does it have so many guns? Like even in the community, they're like, this is really, really upgunned for an exploration ship. That's like, because you don't get it. It's an exploration ship. Big air quotes there.
Can't they sell it as their competitor, the Polaris, and say it's our thing for the militia to use?
Yes. I could see it being their response to the Carrack. Being like, oh yeah, this is an exploration vehicle. It's designed to explore and map things. Don't ask about why it has so many guns on it. You don't want to know the answers to that. And has a updated scanner suite for observation. It can also be used as a data running ship and kind of signals and interference. So it's a stealth Corvette, basically a stealth Corvette that's being sold as an exploration vessel. That's why it has so many sensors. So
I'm really interested for next week now. I'm really intrigued. I was totally.
You think they're going to be selling it at IAE?
Well, they said that's the thing. I just got someone. They brought it up on
Invictus. You're talking about like they're selling it at Drake at DefenseCon.
Yes. So it came up on our stream, and I got messages before our stream saying that the people had watched it, and you can go watch it. It's kind of like in the last 5 minutes. Disco says that they're going to talk about next week at ISC a new Drake concept ship.
Yeah. We'll see. I think the direction that Drake has been going recently in terms of ships, in terms of lore, but also in terms of ship design, because lore usually is written to reflect the internal discussions at CIG, is they're trying to move away from combat ships and into industry ships more. So that's why you have some exploration ships with like the Rambler, the Scout, and then the Corsair, and then you have the Vulture, just an industry ship. So
that's what
I would see it possibly industry. Maybe a big salvage ship, maybe like the Astro, but for salvage.
But technically, isn't the Reclaimer capital, so you don't need another one?
Yeah, technically, but it's not. It doesn't always have to be. Maybe
we got asked that today too. Would you want a bigger ship, like a bigger ship than the Reclaimer, and would you upgrade to it? And I said, well, technically, it's capital. And you're not going to get a bigger one.
No. You could, but it is the cap. It is technically capital, but it's a small capital. small.
Well,
It's huge.
It's technically a large ship, but it also goes in a capital hangar as well. So it's the same. Well, it's like the Carrack, like you mentioned the Carrack 4. Technically, that's the largest large ship you can get. So
yeah,
this would have to be bigger than that to fall into the Corvette class, and. This is kind of why I wanted to talk to you, because I know you know a little bit of the backstory, and that helps fill in things to kind of fill out what it could be.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you, but I wouldn't. How do I say this delicately? I wouldn't be exactly 100% happy if it was just a combat Corvette by Drake.
I don't think it's going to be
I'd want it to have something that kind of goes. You know how like the Polaris is a torpedo. Ship like it's got a spin on it. I want that Drake spin. What would that do? And
it'd be, you're right, it's e-warfare or exploration. Now it could be industry, because that would be interesting, but I don't think Drake is going to do an industry ship. I don't think CIG will do an industry ship, because they just really don't have a lot. It might be salvage, because we don't have a salvage ship between a Vulture and a Reclaimer, so it could also be the medium to large salvage.
Yeah, we talked about this too, and we came back to the Caterpillar though. Chances are it's got the chop shop module, which makes it like the Galaxy, which is the large refinery.
Or it could just be that they're going to sell the concept. They're going to concept sell the modules for the Caterpillar. We could all be overthinking this.
Yeah, they said new concept ship.
New concept ship. Okay, so
that means new. That's new Drake concept ship. So that means it's new, it's Drake, and it's concept. So the other part of that where I went was because the first place we went was what if it is the medium salvage vessel, like between the Reclaimer and the Vulture, and then we kind of thought of the Caterpillar, and we're pretty sure the Caterpillar, because one of the modules they mentioned was the chop shop back in the day, and they've given a bunch of those to the Galaxy. Yeah, I know there's not, but.
Doesn't the Astro have a refinery on it?
Yes, but that's a
large vessel, and the Galaxy is also a large vessel, and it also has a refinery on it. It's two ships that are in the same manufacturer that both have refineries on them, but they have two different purposes. One's modular, and the other one's is dedicated. Well, I could see the Caterpillar still getting a chop shop and a dedicated medium salvage, similar to the Galaxy. Or heavy, large salvage. So
yeah, anything's possible. That's why this speculation stuff is so.
It's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, it's hard, and it's getting harder.
Because they're getting better at hiding their code.
Yeah,
and throwing red herrings everywhere. So.
Still can't wait to see the hex penetrator though. That could be what we're getting. That's the concept. The hex penetrator.
It's a great name for a ship. It's a great name for a Drake ship too. The hex penetrator.
Yeah, it'll work really well. The one last thing is, I don't know if you remember early on in the week, everyone was saying the Firebird's probably got QED. He also said, or could have QED, he said. There's another Saber variant coming, and it's what everyone thought it was. So I'm assuming there's still a QED one to come. But again, this is if you watch it yourself. If you watch it yourself, you'll see, because you usually watch these things, don't you?
Yeah, I'll probably watch it. Probably not tonight though, unless I want to go super late. I might, but we'll see. Yeah.
All right then. Well, I'll let you get back to your stream.
Thank you. It was good. A good little. For those of you who are watching this after the fact, that was Execute. Execute and I are both members of the Inforunners, so you should be checking out the Inforunners if you get a chance to. YouTube.com/the-Inforunners. You can hear myself, Execute, Space Tomato, Loken, Algrid.
That's about it
these days. We're talking about Star Citizen content, and we're going to see us all week talking about the various ships that are coming out for Invictus. And I think you're doing videos, right? Not just live streams.
Yeah. No. So that's what someone brought up today. Should we just live stream them? But like, we have a lot of the back end stuff we're going to do beforehand, so it just makes it a bit awkward. Yeah. Oh well, you're on the next one anyway, so I'll talk to you then.
That's tomorrow, right? Or no, Sunday, right? Yeah, Sunday.
For me, it is not tomorrow, but the next day, so it's 2 days away from me.
2 days away. Same for me.
Yeah, Monday. It's early Monday morning for me. So
Execute is super hyped up. You can hear it in his voice because it's the beginning of Invictus.
No, I'm hyped because there's actually something in Invictus I give a shit about. Right? I didn't give a shit about anything up until this point, and now they're dropping like a Drake concept. I'm actually excited because it's like the other ships are just fighters. That's all we've ever seen in Invictus the last 2 years.
Yeah, but don't tell me you won't be like me and absolutely shot come the end of Invictus because you've been staying up editing and recording and such.
Yeah.
So
also, make sure you pick up yourself an MPUV skin through the concierge. That skin on the store does not do itself justice. It's actually a metallic red. It's not just red; it's a metallic red, and it looks sick. I did post a screenshot on our community tab on the Informers, but yeah,
I'll take a look.
Yeah, I'll send it to you directly. I'll just give me a second. But yeah, I'll love you and leave you and let you back to your stream. I feel like I've taken up too much of your time already.
Later, Ben. Thanks.
All right. Bye.
All right, chat. Do you want us to watch the ISC or do you want us to watch the SCL? Because if we watch the SCL, it's going to be longer, and there's no read-throughs. We're not doing like a monthly report or anything like that. But we are going to do 2 capsules at the very least. So, both? Ugh. Chat doesn't want me to sleep tonight. All right. Well, let me go get something to drink, use the restroom, and I come back and we'll hit it. We'll hit it with the medical thing first. So, we'll hit medical, and then we'll go into roadmap, and then we'll do SCL and ISC and SCL. So that way I can get my voice isn't shot by that time we got to that. So I'll be right back, chat. All of your fun sounds are on. I'll be back. There probably wasn't enough time to answer questions. There's a lot of discussions in those sorts of ship stuff because it's
weapon free, y'all.
Yeah.
Two words: distress bacon.
I love democracy.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy. Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
I'm out. Two words: distress bacon.
I love democracy.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I love democracy.
All right, we got this. Your sounds are off. You have no more fun. All right. I'm gonna have to pull up some stuff here. Because honestly, I need to have some backup. Now, here's the question. Do you think the medical ship, the medical or the RSI Ursa, you think that that song is copywritten? Hey, Star Maniac. We're going to talk about that, Star Maniac. We're going to talk about it. That's the question. Do I want to risk it? Because if I do a response, if I do a reaction to it or show it, and then have it, I think it's going to. I could get copy struck because they licensed a song rather than using their own. Hey, Celine. I guess I could just we could play it muted. Did we get raided by Celine? Or just Celine showed up? Okay. All right. So. I gotta collect myself to do this because I want to do it right. I want to have good conversation. I want it to feel natural, obviously. I don't want to script anything.
Free subscribed for 87 months. 87 months, not too long before time travel.
Thank you so much for that. 87 months of support there. Captain Archmage, you're a very important pumper, very impressive pisser, very neat pedestrian. This is your fault. There's run drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Oh, all right. $88? Oh, yeah, 88 miles an hour, right. Okay, my camera is already broken. Okay. Screen froze. There we go. Yes, Celine has thoughts. Okay. Woo! All right. I think I have a good way of putting this. All right. Y'all ready? I'm not going to be anything crazy. I'm just going to go for it. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours. Capsule. That's right. Capsule. This is a small segment of my Office Hours live stream where I talk about news, lore, and more on Star Citizen, usually on Thursdays. Today we're recording this on a Friday because of circumstances, but welcome to the Office Hours live stream. Welcome to the Office Hours Capsule. I don't know. This is going to be a bit of a kind of an off the top of my head topic, a discussion, because I think CIG may have messed up pretty badly, in fact, with the NERSA, the RSI medevac, their approach to the changes to medical and other things. I do want to emphasize before you immediately jump to the to the comments, you white knights in shining armor on your white horses riding in to save corporate CIG. I am not here to say that CIG is the worst company ever or to throw up like a hissy fit, but I do want to discuss how I think CIG is poorly handling the situation and hopefully give them enough feedback that they can use and maybe internally review some of their way they're doing things, because it's going to be important to deal with stuff like this in the future with Squadron 42 coming out, where it's going to be a lot more eyes who are a lot more... They're looking for blood a lot more than your own fan base that's been loyal for all this time. So let's start off with the ad. I'm going to mute it because I don't know if it's copywritten. I don't know if CIG licensed a song for it. So I'm going to pull it up and we're going to look through it, and then we're going to talk a little bit about some of the changes. I have the subtitles up there as well. You're probably thinking I'm a goner. Interesting live, die, repeat thing. You've died 1,000 times. Because the regen has always been the strategy. Really good voice work, actually, when you just listen to this. Spaghetti Western hip-hop beat. Yeah, it's very live, die, repeat, Edge of Tomorrow coded. I like the action. It's neat. Like, from a cinematic point of view, it's a nice-looking trailer. The way it tells stories and everything like that. When we're getting kicked, CIG. And then die to fight another day. RSI Ursa Medevac. So, let's break that down. Notice that the emphasis of that video was on the regen, the respawn mechanic. The change to tier 3 beds in 3.23.1 was that now tier 3 beds can do regen, do respawn. And respawn is now selected by distance. So if you have a tier 3 bed, I think it's like 20 kilometers. Tier 2 is a little bit longer, and tier 1 is even further. So the weaker the bed, tier 3, the closer you have to be to get regen. Now, that has caused some controversy because a lot of people are concerned that this is removing medical gameplay. There's no reason for you to rely on another person when you get hurt. You simply you get a tier 2 or tier 1 injury. If you survive a conflict, you limp back to your medical vehicle, your NERSA, your Pisces, and you do the old Backspace Express, wake up in your ship, go loot your body, put your stuff back on, and you're good to go. You don't need to go to a doctor. You don't need to find somebody to heal your tier 1 wounds. It's all, it doesn't matter. It's all about the just regenning, using regen as a mechanic to get back into the fight. And I think people's concerns are valid because this feels like Battlefield or Call of Duty. And we weren't really sold on Battlefield or Call of Duty when it came to Star Citizen. We were told that death was supposed to mean things. And for those of you who are newer, you may have heard the term Death of a Spaceman thrown around. And Death of a Spaceman was a light permadeath system, which was based on the idea of a hard health bar where as you die, as you get killed, and your character gets killed, you have a kind of a separate health bar that's unseen, that's sort of slowly trickling down. So you're not really dead, you're kind of like seriously injured, then brought back to life. And then eventually that hard health bar would disappear, and then you would have to create a brand new character, and you would inherit all of your stuff from the old character, but you'd have like fees that you have to pay, and of course, a reputation would be hit. The idea of trying to give some meaning to the existence of the character, so you would try to not get yourself killed as much, but also to make it harder to die in general. That evolved into what we know today as the regen system, which is not fully implemented, but it is implemented to the point where you have to have an imprint that you put onto a Ibrahim sphere. Depending on where you are, you go to a terminal, you imprint your Ibrahim sphere into a clinic or a ship or somewhere, and then when you die, you just respawn back at that location. It's kind of like a save point. Eventually, the goal of that system is to have what's known as the Imprint Viability Score, or IVS. The IVS is that hard health bar where every time you die, depending on how severe the death is, the quality of the place you're in, that sort of thing, it will go down more or less depending on how you died. Calculations that they have yet to come up with. With same result, eventually you'll be unable to regen because what they call trauma echoes builds up in your body, and which is basically like PTSD, and eventually you have to create a new character. And in the process, your limbs might stop working because your brain just rejects the idea that your limb even exists there. And so you have to get cybernetics, or you say your arms or your legs or your eyes or whatever. And that was part of the whole mechanic. You would show the signs of how many times you've regened based off of how many cybernetics you've had to acquire, and so on and so forth. This is all kind of connected to the original pitch. And this is the kind of the consistent idea of what was going to happen over the course of the last decade of Star Citizen's development. CIG has very rarely wavered. And while they haven't explicitly said only Tier 1 beds can get regen, and this is one of those things, look it up, before anyone goes, well, they said that Tier 1 beds, find me the quote from CIG that says only Tier 1 beds can have a respawn. And I mean direct quote. Not implied quote, direct quote. Because I've looked for it, and I couldn't find it. There are some references in the Hope, and there is some references in, I think, the Apollo Q&A, but there's no direct references to Tier 1 beds are the only beds that have regen or respawn. So, that's true. We've assumed as a community, though, that it is. And it may have been said on like a live stream somewhere that I didn't find, but there definitely needs to be a citation if that's the case, and I haven't seen it. So I think it's just a matter of the community. It kind of came up with this idea, and they've slowly been eroding the idea of tier beds over time. So tier 1, was supposedly the only one, but then when they introduced the concept of regen and Ibrahim spheres and everything, they said every clinic has a tier, has the ability to do regen. And every clinic was supposed to only have tier 2 beds. Now, there's something in the game right now where all of the beds are labeled as tier 1 in clinics, even though they're not supposed to. And, a lot of people said, oh, this is just a kind of a technical aspect. But now they've gone to the point where now tier 3 beds have it. So the question is, what's going on? Why is this happening? And is this good or bad? And in my opinion, I don't think it's a good thing right now, but I do think it's a good thing long term. CIG has been in the mindset of looking at 4.0 and 1.0 over the course of the last several months. And in those conversations, the conversation is likely coming up to what do we want this system to look like in the final version? I'm sure they were been reviewing Death of a Spaceman and all these other ideas. And all of the statements that I've seen made still say that Death of a Spaceman is still a thing. Let me pull up a comment by Xylo themselves. So Xylo is the lead of the community team. And not only that, but Zach, I always say it's Pierce, I think, who's also one of the major leads of development, has also kind of echoed this idea. Specifically, the intention is for all medical beds to enable respawning, with each type of bed offering unique benefits. We're closely monitoring the experience and your feedback, as always, and we anticipate making adjustments as necessary, while also pushing forward the ultimate vision. The nurses, I'm adopting the name too. MedBed's respawning capability is a small component of a wider interconnected set of systems that we've dubbed some time ago as Death of a Spaceman. This framework encompasses everything related to a player's health, death, respawn, and legacy. While the respawning system is currently active in-game, and other related systems such as regeneration, degradation, inheritance, and additional components of Death of a Spaceman are yet to come online, it remains our intent for dying and respawning to carry a notable impact, adding more meaning and danger to your adventures in the verse. And Lethality says, it's all been fine, but why is this needed regardless of how the rest comes out? At a high level, respawn, or what is termed regeneration, will be a viable option that should be strategically considered. Regeneration will include degradation modifiers based on the quality of respawn facility, ensuring the field regenerations offer convenience but may entail long-term consequences if overutilized. You have higher hits on your medical score, you have to get a cybernetic limb, those kind of ideas. So, effectively, CIG is not wavering in the idea that they're still doing Death of a Spaceman. So before people lose their minds because of the commercial and because of other statement, other things have been done, no, CIG is not abandoning Death of a Spaceman. There's been no indication of it. In fact, if anything, CIG has been eagerly wanting to add Death of a Spaceman to the game. And they've been holding off, likely because of the instability of Star Citizen, because there's a lot of factors that are not in game yet, which are eventually going to be. Things like the insurance system, for instance, which hasn't been put in yet, which will also include life insurance, or health insurance, which will be connected to your regeneration costs and such. Now, we didn't assume, we were told certain tiers won't be able to respawn, hence there's so many. Can you find me a quote for that, Luna? That's what I'm saying. I'm fine. If that was 100% stated, I would need to see a quote. I have not found that quote. And again, I looked. The Apollo doesn't say certain tiers won't be able to. It just says that they said that the Apollo is going to support the idea, and references back to the Endeavor Hope. So, now, where do I stand on this? Two things. One, the problem is that this change was made. And with the stuff I just read you, and of course, if you watched ISC, they talked about it then, those are fantastic clarifications. But the likelihood of players finding it, or even you watching me, players watching this thing, is very low compared to the average person who's going to hear about this sort of system. And that's bad. Because players are going to start to assume either A, Star Citizen is becoming less lethal, which means it's more friendly for players who want something like a roguelike experience or Call of Duty or Battlefield experience, which might start to attract players, which will get turned off when Death of a Spaceman turns on. So this is bad messaging for even new players who will then just get turned off when the hardcore mode starts coming in. And it's bad for current players because a lot of current players feel like they're abandoning Death of a Spaceman, which was the whole point of having death matter and your consequences have your choices have consequences. That's also bad because you're going to drive those people away who begin to start thinking that a lot of the people who are claiming and shouting that Star Citizen's becoming Call of Citizen, Star of Duty, and basically Fortnite is what I've heard a lot, which is ridiculous, but those sorts of claims are going to get a lot more ammo. And then that commercial is awful because it's reinforcing all of those ideas. It's not even emphasizing that the NERSA itself is a medical vehicle. It's just a mobile respawn point. That's all they cared about. It is awful messaging, considering they still want to do Death of a Spaceman. Because it's telling people that, no, they don't want to do Death of a Spaceman. They want to turn it into Battlefield. They want to turn it into PlanetSide. That's what it's telling people. And if you look at the comments in that video, you'll see a bunch of confused people. And people saying, this isn't the game I backed. What are you doing? What's going on? It's a mistake. Whoever decided this was a good idea at marketing is insane. There's either something not being talked about, because you shouldn't have Jared on Star Citizen Live say, we still plan on doing Death of a Spaceman, and then literally 5 minutes later, drop a video that tells everyone that Death of a Spaceman is dead. You can't have these things. This is unacceptable for a company your size and that's about to drop a major AAA, branded title with Squadron 42 in probably less than a year. This is the kind of mistake you cannot make. This is rookie stuff. Absolutely awful. Start talking to each other. This is unacceptable. That's all I'm going to say about that, about that section, because this is 100% marketing's fault. It doesn't help that CIG didn't really do very good in terms of optics, because, as I'm sure a lot of people are already talking about in the comments or in other places, CIG introduces this change right when they start to sell a ship or a vehicle that so happens to have that functionality. So a lot of people are making the assumptions and the argument that CIG is changing the game so they can sell the vehicle. And then they'll just revert it back once the vehicle has been sold, because this is all about sales and has nothing to do with the actual game. I disagree. I don't think that's the case. And all of the indications that CIG is saying is not the case. But that commercial does make it seem like that's the case. It reinforces bad ideas which shouldn't be reinforced. You are stepping on your own landmine. It's really, really bad. I'll kind of emphasize that. So, in summary, Death of a Spaceman is still a thing. So if you're concerned about all of the changes to medical, it is still a thing. And they probably are still going to tier it. Some people in chat mentioned something. One of the things that the lore mentions is Regen uses something called Regen Serum, which was developed by Biotic Corp, the same company who does the Calliope system, which is what we use for Character Creator. It's an in-fiction thing. I did a lore video on that on my Astro Historian channel. And that implies that there's going to be a resource for regenning, which makes sense. It's not just like you magically appear again. You have to have some sort of resource to print a human from scratch. So almost certainly that resource system is going to be implemented with this in the future. Like 100%. I believe that's what they're pushing towards, along with other things and other variables that other levers that they can pull to try to change it up and try to influence player behavior, which is fine. It's this kind of thing they were talking about with Death of a Spaceman. The problem is that we're in 3.2, 3.1, not 4.0. 4.0 has the resource system in place, or will, hopefully, if we're lucky. But 3.23.1 doesn't. And so it is, in the short term, going to kill medical gameplay. No doubt about it. There is no medical gameplay, really, anyways, but it's going to get even worse for medics. So if your main role in the verse is medic, you're going to be SOL for the next couple of months until CIG starts to kind of rein in the system a little bit more to make it less of an instant respawn sort of situation. And it's also important to note that eventually there will also be no Backspace Express will be going away. That's going to happen. And as soon as CIG feels like they can do it, it's going to happen. So you won't have the ability to fast travel by ending it anymore. That's not going to be a thing. Plus, there's going to be severe consequences as they go forward. So we'll see. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of a more controversial take, and I know I probably made a very clickbaity title for this, and it was intentional, so thank you for watching, and I hope you got the more level-headed approach to this. But I do want to hear your thoughts. Is this awful? Is CIG, becoming Fortnite? Are we going to start seeing, Admiral Bishop doing the default Fortnite dance in Fortnite? Or is this just like people being absolute hysterical over nothing? It's much ado about nothing. Typical Star Citizen fans losing their mind about a speck of change. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And if you did enjoy this, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. And as always, like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. I am not good at controversy like this. What are your thoughts? You think it's both? It's both gamification, arcade, Star Citizen, and also much ado about nothing. CIG needs to communicate their plan. I do believe that. But I think so. Typically, people blame marketing for things that I think has nothing to do with marketing. Like they put way too much power on CIG's marketing team. But this is a marketing fail. This is 100%. They didn't understand the message. No one talked with each other. This was like whoever was in charge of that. I'm not going to say needs to be fired because that's a bonkers. You screwed up once and you're axed. No, but they definitely need to have a long discussion with management and with other teams responsible, because if you are a marketing team like with Star Citizen, your job is to sell the gameplay that you have, not the one you want to have, not the one you think exists. It's to sell the game that exists in reality. Even if it's just the feel of the game, you're there to sell it, because it doesn't help anybody when you sell a game that doesn't exist to people who will then buy the game and go, this doesn't exist. You lied to me. And then they will refund your game, or you will cause more problems. I don't think they intended to lie. I think they thought, let's do a regen, but do a cool Edge of Tomorrow. All you need is kill, like slant to it, a Groundhog's Day sort of situation. It's neat, but everyone was wrapped up in rule of cool that they didn't sit down and go, does this mesh with the message that we want to send about how the gameplay is changing? And no one did. This is a clear problem for CIG, and CIG probably will never acknowledge that. They'll almost 100% not acknowledge this because they're really bad at acknowledging this sort of thing. And yeah, the ad is fine in terms of like, if this was an ad for Deathloop, yeah, great. But it's a fun ad. It's well directed. The voice actor is really good. If they didn't get a professional voice actor for that, if that's just like an employee, they did a fantastic job. But if that's a professional voice actor, they got a really good job for that one. So. Yeah, now Johnny. And if they really change it, they'll lose their older backers. I don't think they'll lose their older backers. I think as long as medical still has a purpose and regen still has bite to it, I think it'll be fine. And the key is that no idea is perfect the first time you have it. You have to make adjustments to it. You have to go with the inspiration and the feel of what CIG was doing. And the thing that Chris said over and over again when talking about Death of a Spaceman was Dark Souls. He wanted the universe to have an impact. He wanted your position in the universe to have an impact and your decisions to have weight, not only on the universe, but on your own reality. And if you make those bad decisions, you should be punished for those bad decisions. You should have consequences for your actions. That's been the driving force behind Star Citizen's gameplay, and is that sort of idea. And he used Dark Souls as an example because Dark Souls is famous for teaching a player how to play through pain. because you go to an area and you try to do something, and if you fail, you still have a little bit of a cushion. You can go back and get your souls and all of your stuff that drops. But if you screw up and if you get caught and you aren't able to get it and you die, well, you lost it all. So there's still a consequence for you doing it, but there's a little bit of give it. So like if you really screwed up, but you're smart about it, you can, recover from your loss. But if you're not, get better, son. That's, what it is. And I think Dark Souls gets an unrealistic, it's not as hard as people make it out to be. It's difficult because it doesn't handhold you, which is unique in gaming. And I think that's what really Chris Roberts was trying to emphasize. And as long as regen represents that as kind of hey, skill issue kind of response to people like, well, I don't like dying. It's like, well, then get better at the game, then I think you'll be fine. Do you think there may be a way for combat people for leaving? Yeah, charge them for the medical gown. Give a drop-off point, but if they don't drop it off, then they get charged for it. Hey, Pyro, thank you for the 46 months. I must wring my hands, sir. How else would I keep my hands warm? In this weather, Pyro, you can just step outside. It is that fucking hot. How you doing, Pyro? Thank you for that 46 months. Gotta turn on the alerts and such. Anyone remember people so mad when the Cuddy Red lost its respawn? Wasn't CIG only saying T1 respawns? I don't remember. When they said they were removing the thing, they said their initial plan was not to have the Cuddy Red be able to respawn. They said that the Cuddy Red wasn't supposed to have respawn, which matched up with what everyone had assumed at the time meant Tier 1. But I don't remember them saying explicitly Tier 3 beds will never have respawn. Yeah, and I think this change is done for gameplay reasons, which is fine. Having a oopsie daisy is well within Your Honor, my client pleads oopsie daisy situation, but having a do-over is fine. Dark Souls being the model, the Nursa maybe, let's say the Nursa has one regen, has a single regen option. So you screw up, you regen, and now you gotta get more resources. You gotta refill your souls. What is it? Your Estus flask. You gotta go get that refilled, baby. Otherwise, you're screwed. So I think if you're thinking of the Nursa as a mobile, not a mobile respawn, but a mobile Estus flask is a better way of looking at it in terms of its design. But why not tell us that? Because CIG doesn't have it all written down, Joel. They don't know 100%. And CIG's rule is, if they don't have 100% of the answers that they can give to the players, they won't tell us shit. They'll get to a point where they'll do something where they have 100% of the answers for it, and then if players come up with other things they don't have answers to, they can answer it later. But they tend to very rarely give us ideas, back of the napkin sketches sort of ideas anymore, because every time they do, someone goes, this is promise, and then when that gets changed, people throw a shit fit. People act like children and throw their toys around the pram. Like, it happens. I've been around this community long enough to know that people act like children when things change because they go, you promised, you're lying. CIG is lying. They're lying to me. You've lied. You're false advertising. Like that's every 5 minutes when, something like now food kills you. If you don't eat food, you die. People had a meltdown over that because it's like, you said it was never going to happen like that. You lied to us. It's like things change. It's a game in development and things have to change sometimes, Who here sounds exactly like that? I know you're out there. Yeah, personally, I think it's a good move, but I don't like the fact that it kind of removes medical as a profession and removes a lot of the punishment for it. It's okay,
Never, ever take away my space game.
I mean, Death of Spaceman has never been a popular mechanic.
J_Kulwing just resubscribed for 68 months. Here.
Thank you so much for that 68 months of support there, Jay Calvin. One away from nice. You're a very important part, very impressive, perseverant pedestrian. This is your fault. Here's one drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. And I think CIG is actually pretty good at communication. I think CIG generally is very good at communicating when they have their ducks in a row. But I do think that there are times when CIG is bad at communication. And one of the kind of... There are two factors that I think are prevalent still in CIG, which is CIG's connection to the community is ephemeral. It's not very well grounded. And two, CIG's internal communication is still pretty lackluster. Obviously, this commercial wouldn't exist if you have to have Jared say 5 minutes before it goes out that they're still doing Death of a Spaceman so that they can cover for the fact that they just did a commercial that says Death of a Spaceman is dead. Like, that's awful. That, again, unacceptable in my mind. That is like marketing 101. What is the message? What are we trying to do? What do we need to sell? Because what you're selling is regen, which is counter to what the medevac is supposed to be about. It offers regen, but it also offers healing. And it's supposed to be an ambulance, not a mobile spawn point. Food and drink process faster now. Oxygen is a thing. Stuff is more expensive. AI is harder. Missions pay less. Injuries and soft death is becoming more common. It's a slow balance I'm seeing. A slow balance change I'm seeing. And I think that's the one thing. Whenever I see people freaking out about Star Citizen becoming more arcade, I always try to emphasize, look at the big picture. Don't just look at one thing. I know you're a combat pilot, or I know you're an FPS player, and I know that's your gameplay loop. But it's not the only thing that exists in game. I don't mean to be mean to people, but there is more to this game than flying a spaceship and shooting things. And that was the design. That was what we all wanted to see in the first place, was a living, breathing universe. Shooting things should have an impact on the universe, for sure, and it is an important part. But shooting things and flying spaceships are means for other things to exist as well. Mining, salvage, trading, smuggling, exploration. Exploration is probably the biggest thing that people want to do. In fact, I think combat is one of the lower things that people are interested in. So, like, those are important, but flight has to also exist with resources and engineering and scanning and, repair and damage and travel and, like health management. Shooting things also has to exist with health, transportation, cargo, exploration. Where's your Astra? In here. My heart. That's where it is. Yeah, it glorifies Respawn, which it'd be fine if Star Citizen was a roguelike. I want to play that game, the roguelike inspired by Star Citizen Regen's mechanics. I think that would be neat. But it's not Star Citizen. I always thought Regen would be risky, not a shortcut. Yeah. I think the respawn change is going to kick in one thing, cybernetics. I agree. CIG has been working on cybernetics. It's one of the things they had been designing, and I do think that's definitely an indication. Sorry if I sound a little excited or emotional about the commercial. I come from a family of advertisers, not advertisers, of marketers, marketing researchers, but both my parents were in marketing for a long time. I grew up with my mom running her own marketing agency. I helped run that agency when I became a teenager as a marketing assistant and did kind of greeted people at the door. I took in clients. I helped write pitch decks. I did a lot of like help with my parents, and so I got a lot of experience as a marketer. As I probably about the same experience as like a brand manager, like a junior brand manager would have. Obviously, I didn't go to school for it, so it's not great. But I did work. I did actually work with pretty big companies too, not in video games, but other companies. So I have enough experience in it to be like, okay, so yeah, I know how this works. So when I see a company fucking up the fundamentals this hard, I get really mad, especially a company like CIG who should know better. Like their marketing VP like was an EA or like Activision. It's like, how the fuck did you fuck up the fundamentals when you come from a company that's like an S&P 500 company? How the fuck do you do that? Marketing and film major here. So, I mean, you probably have some idea about the whole thing. Yeah, and yeah, this is not 2016. We're not a bunch of people in a garage. It's a company of over 1,000 people that you're responsible for managing that message. If you can't manage that message, if you can't get an activation right for a vehicle of which you do all the time, I'm going to question your ability to promote a multi-million-dollar video game that has some of the largest actors in the world in it. Like, this was a gimme, and you fucked it up. Talk about movie trailers misrepresenting. And I think that's the problem that a lot of people don't realize is that the thing about marketing, that it's at the core of marketing. Everyone says, oh, marketing lies to you to get you to buy things. No, marketing lying to you is a bad move that will blow up in your face, and it is never going to be good for your brand or your name. It's what fly-by-night companies do. It's what companies that are slash and burning do. But any company that wants to stick around for a long time wants to, the purpose of marketing is to get people to pay attention to your product. It's just getting eyes on products and then converting those eyes into sales. So what do you want to do? You want something that's eye-catching, that can catch the attention of the demographic you're looking for. And then you want a pitch that tells these people that they need this even though they never thought about it before. So you need to convince these people that this is a product that they need, that they didn't realize they need. And that second part, if you lie to them about it, they get mad. And that will blow up in your face every single time. We're talking about the changes to the medical, and then the Medivac Ursa commercial, which is an absolute disaster when it comes to managing the message for what CIG is changing things to. So yeah, so I apologize if I'm it hyperbolizes what or product does to a degree. I don't think it does. It's not supposed to be crazy. It's mostly supposed to just overemphasize, because overemphasis gets people's attention, and but you can't force anyone to buy something. They have to believe that it's good. Technically, it's a fine video. It's well composed. The voice actor is great. The narrative is easy to follow. Good. Solid. But as an advertisement, Jesus fucking Christ. Because it emphasizes all the wrong parts of the product. It's emphasizing something that isn't actually going to reality. The statement, I've died thousands of times before, is setting an expectation that you can die 1,000 times. And I can imagine there are probably a lot of people at CIG right now who didn't see this video before it went up, now seeing it going, what the fuck? You've just put us in a position where we have a expectation of 1,000 lives per character. CIG doesn't know how many lives you're going to have. That's the point. They haven't discovered what that fucking answer is. But now there's a number, and it's out there, and people are going to use it as a promise, or they're going to use it as a cudgel. One of those two. No. And that's the problem, is that it doesn't even match what CIG says themselves today. Sorry. Again, this is why I get excited about these things and get upset about it, because it's like, I've been following the project long enough to know how CIG does things. And even while marketing tends to stretch what Star Citizen is, they always try to hit on the mood. They try to hit on the moment of what's going on. And the moment of what's going on for Star Citizen isn't regen. Like, what the fuck? Like, when's the last time you thought of respawn in Star Citizen in, like, a way that was, like, good? I would say that some people are in for a rude awakening that's going to come with this change. Run, gun, die, wake up. Why do I have a peg leg? Yeah, stuff like that's going to have a problem. They stretch where they already have. Yeah, they kind of stay within it. But, like, this is a weird emphasis. It feels very, I watched Edge of Tomorrow, and I think it's cool. Let's use that element. Which is, I like Edge of Tomorrow. Great movie. Based off of a manga called All You Need Is Kill, which was a very surprising adaptation. It's like turning a very brutal and bloody and sexual manga into a movie. And it's actually good. But, yeah. Yeah. The actual mechanics haven't changed that much. And I'm looking forward to those changes, because I think they're going to add a lot of nuance and emphasis to the game that will, I think, improve people's experiences and give us that sort of consequential gameplay they want to. But I don't think CIG has that nailed down to anything. So to have the marketing team say, you can live 1,000 times, it's like, fuck me. Are you serious? You're making a statement for a product that you can't make a statement for like that. You don't even have to say 1,000 number. You don't even have to say a few times. You just say, I've died many times, and I can always come back. And, you know, and I think there are two things. You could change that number. The other thing is, at the very beginning, have a disclaimer that said, no one was harmed, actor on a set, no one was harmed in the making of this commercial. Regen has been linked to loss of memory, decreased loss of limbs, and death. Because it would be a funny disclaimer to have at the very beginning of an ad, because it's like, wait, you're telling me you can regen and one of the side effects is literally just death? That would be like, I see what you did there. That's funny. That's like a callback to, like, you know, all of those medicine commercials. Like, do you have, you know, a stuffy nose? Take this medicine. And, like, the list of symptoms is like cancer, you know, eyesight loss, infertility, sudden death, heart attacks, you know. Yeah. Or even to stick with the kind of the sort of smug mood that he is like, I've died more times than I can count. You know? Like, I've lost count of how many times I've died. But that's the thing. Regen always brings me back, because regen is the methods, so. Or just have that disclaimer slapped on the bottom of the video the entire time in small text at the very bottom. So people are like, what is that? And they'll enhance it and be like, oh, that's funny. And it gets chances for the advertising folks to be creative, because they've got some really creative advertising folks. So like that's a neat little like get the writers who do the advertising, like write copy to be like, yeah, you know. Yeah, I can't even remember how many times I've died. Warning: regen may result in long-term memory loss. Because it's true, it is actually something that can happen in lore. You can lose your memory if you regen too much. And the fact of saying may also covers them, because if someone goes, well, you see, in this video, you say this will happen. It's like, no, it says may. Do not may, not will, may. Covers your ass too. Like, sorry. I'm done. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I've been talking about this for like an hour. I can't keep going like this. You would have been so much better with those sorts of things, and I don't think it would have been as problem. I still think that was at its core a flawed video, because it was emphasizing regen, which is neat, but what it should have done was emphasize healing. Regen would have been a part of it, and that'd be a nice little added like, oh, at the end when, you know, like someone gets hurt or injured, and it's like, you know, it's there to pick you up, it's there to help you out, it saves lives. And then, you know, and when the lives can't be saved, you know, someone dies, then it can bring you back from death. RSI Ursa Medevac, saving lives one day at a time, one wheel at a time, you know, whatever. All right, now we're going to do the second one. Are you ready for the more positive, upbeat one? We're going to talk about 4.0. Y'all happy about a 4.0? Let me see some hype for 4.0. Hopium times 1,000. I've OD'd on Hopium 1,000 times before. All right. Idea: all medical beds should need healing juice, but the tier 3 ones should only have enough to bring you back 1.9 times, meaning you die twice in a row, you lose a limb. Yeah, I think that's an easy lever they can pull. But again, the problem is the message in the video. That was a bad message on top of an already jittery group of people who were already distrustful of the reasons why this was happening in the first place. This just emphasizes that they were right, even though they're not. Doesn't matter. Now that they have that video they can point to and say, but you said this, because that's all that matters. And then also it makes your hardcore fans question what's going on, and disinforms new players who might be coming in with one of your biggest parts of the year where you're going to attract new players. This is telling people that it's a roguelike, which it's not. Ugh. All right. Let's go. I don't have a. You know, I do have something fancy. It's the wrong color, but. Good day to you. All right. There we go. Good day to you. I come bringing good news of another office hours capsule. That's right. Capsule. A small segment of my office hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 7 p.m. No, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. On twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. Well, love to have you come down and hang out live where we talk about Star Citizen news, lore, and more with chat here, who's going to lie to you and tell you this is a pre-recorded. It isn't pre-recorded, though you are watching a pre-recorded of a live, so take that with what you will. Today, we're going to be talking about the roadmap roundup, and this is the big one, ladies and gentlemen and NBs of the room. We've got an update on 4.0. That's right. Alpha 4.0 is on the roadmap. It is officially the next patch coming to Star Citizen in Q3 of this year. So, before we get into some more analysis and looking at things and kind of maybe setting some little bit of expectations, let's look at what CIG has put for 4.0 for the roadmap as of this last Wednesday. All right. Buttons here. Nice and big so you can see. All right. So, release view. In this week's roadmap update, we're excited to announce the addition of Alpha 4.0 to the release view, targeting Q3 of this year. Below, you'll find the initial set of features and content planned for this release, with more to come in the lead up to the launch. The following feature cards have been added to the release view, targeting a release of Alpha 4.0. Now, these are tentative releases, so these could all slip off, but first one, server meshing version 1. The initial implementation of server meshing enables multiple servers per shard to improve load distribution and facilitates navigation between two solar systems. That is pretty standard. This is going to be what CIG has dubbed static meshing. So static meshing is where they have servers that are always on 24/7, 365, that you just kind of go from point to point. This is different from dynamic meshing, Dynamic 1 specifically, where if there's no player in that server, the server will turn off and it'll turn on if player gets nearby it so that they can transition to that server. But Dynamic 1 helps CIG save some money. And then Dynamic 2, which is further down the line, will actually spin up servers to accommodate higher population areas, taking large servers and actually splitting them up into smaller servers dynamically in order to facilitate larger and larger player numbers and NPC numbers. That part is still probably a ways away, but this is still going to increase the sheer number of players we have per server, will increase the number of NPCs we can see running around because it reduces the amount of data which is on a single server, the number of entities, and which frees up more space for more reactive AI, more content, more players, so on and so forth. So, all right. Next, mission system refactor. Reworking the underlying mission system to become compatible with server meshing, allowing for easier creation and maintenance of mission content. Right now, all the missions are done in a single server. So your DGS, the dedicated game server, will host and run all of these missions, and then when you complete them, they're recorded in your reputation folders, and sometimes I think as of 3.23, it's more on the back end, but up to that point, it's been only hosted on that DGS. So if you went to a different server and did missions, all those old mission logs would be gone because it doesn't register that you did those missions. With this system, they're going to change the mission system so it's no longer registered to the DGS, but registered to the backend server so that when you go from, say, if you're chasing a bounty from one server to another, you don't just lose the bounty because you cross the server boundary. So the missions now have to be across a shard or even across the entire like network, rather than just across a single server. So that's that change. Transit system refactor. Reworking the transit system to use for trams and elevators to be compatible with server meshing, as well as generally more robust. Same thing, transit system might actually cross server boundaries. So if you're riding an elevator across a server, what happens? How does the handoff happen? And a lot of transits are running 24/7. But what happens if you leave a server and that server gets turned off, and when you get closer to the server gets turned back on? Where is the status of the tram? What's going on? So that's a problem they've already had recently with 3.23, and PTU had that issue. They've kind of handled a little bit of it, but it definitely needs an overhaul for that. Yeah, and you fall out on recovery from places because it doesn't recover properly. Pyro 1. Now, I'm going to go over and just say the Pyro system, because this is the big one. CIG is releasing the entire Pyro system in a single drop. There's been some theory that CIG might release part of the Pyro system, like they did with the Pyro Playground, but CIG seems to be saying here they're going to be releasing Pyro 1, Pyro 2, Pyro 3, Pyro 4, Pyro 5, Pyro 6, Ignis, Vatra, Adir, Faro, Fuego, and Ver, who are all the moons of Pyro 4, I believe. Because Terminus is Pyro 6, so it's Pyro 5. No, that's Pyro 4. Pyro 4 is the gas giant. I always get those confused. Because you have Pyro 1, 2, and 3, which are solid planets, and you have Pyro 4, which is a gas giant, has a bunch of moons, but it also has Pyro 4, or Pyro 5, which is actually orbiting Pyro 4, slowly being sucked into it. And then Pyro 6, which is at the very extreme edge of the system, called Terminus. We'll read through these pretty quickly. Pyro 1. Pyro 1 is the first planet from the sun of the Pyro system. Its thick, high-pressure atmosphere hides a strange landscape beset by powerful winds and lightning strikes. Under the clouds, there is an ecosystem of plants and animals that endure its extreme high temperatures and even during powerful stellar flares. That's the first time we've heard reference of a native planet and plant life on Pyro 1. Because it's not habitable. None of the planets in the Pyro system are habitable or terraformed, actually. That's actually a misnomer. They have natural life on them. Pyro 2, Monox. Monox, Pyro 2, is the second planet from the sun of the Pyro system, nicknamed Monox for the deadly carbon monoxide in its atmosphere. It has a temperate climate and was seen as a viable candidate for terraforming shortly after its discovery. However, its proximity to the system's volatile sun makes it dangerous for human habitation. The United Nations of Earth, UNE, refused to clear it for terraformation, instead allowing corporations to harvest its natural resources. Undeterred by this potential risk, the outlaws eventually took up residence on the planet when the last corporations pulled out of Pyro in the 26th century. So, yeah, Monox is, I believe in the Pyro Playground, you could walk around without a helmet on. It was habitable. But it seems like CIG is trying to make it so that Pyro 2, you can walk around with your helmet off, but you're going to take health damage. Slowly start to take damage over time, and maybe even affect your overall health, where you're going to need to get, like, medical assistance for. None of the planets are habitable. Statement that will age poorly in the next 3 to 5 minutes. I've read through this. They're not habitable. Even in CIG's own encyclopedia, they say they're not habitable. You can live on them, but they don't count as habitable because they're not designed for human life. Monox, you can breathe, but you'll die eventually. Bloom is naturally, it says naturally habitable, but if you look at it on the encyclopedia, the Encyclopedia, and you look at everyone else, it says it's uninhabitable. So it's naturally habitable, but not by humans. If that makes sense. It's not considered habitable by the UE for whatever reason. Could also just be a copy error. We don't know. It becomes Pyro Bloom, Pyro 3, is the third planet from the sun from the Pyro system. Cold but naturally habitable, it became the epicenter for mining endeavors in Pyro. Pyrotechnic Amalgamated and other corporations constructed multiple staging sites, employee barracks, and processing centers that were in use until the cost of their maintenance could no longer be offset by mining profits. Abandoned when the last active corporations in Pyro ceased operations in the late 26th century, they were claimed by the squatters, outlaws, and former miners who lacked the means to return to the United Empire Earth. Let me show you. Pyro System Star Citizen. The Pyro System. Galactopedia. Okay, so here is the Galactopedia. Blah, 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 blah. It's got all these cool things. Okay, let's go. Pyro 3. Oh, it says habitable now. They must have changed it. Because back when I was looking at it earlier, it said uninhabitable. So I stand corrected. It is habitable. But it's naturally habitable. It's not terraformed. Pyro 4. They're covering their tracks. Yeah, no, because I literally had this discussion with my Discord earlier. I was like, I thought Pyro 2 and 3 were habitable. And then I looked at the Galactopedia and said uninhabitable. I'm like, what? How is CIG? And it's like, nope, they changed it. It must have been a copy error on their part. And on the star map, it says uninhabitable too. So it's kind of confusing for that one. Pyro 4. The outermost planet, moon of Pyro 5. And the Pyro 4 is the outermost moon of Pyro 5. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's different, yeah. And astronomers theorize it was once the fourth planet from the sun in the Pyro system. At some point before humans discovered Pyro, a massive celestial body collided with Pyro 4, catastrophically warping its landscape, destroying its atmosphere and knocking it into the orbit of the nearby gas giant Pyro 5. Although the tectonic activity that has resulted from this impact has quieted down and new atmosphere has formed, Pyro 4 is far from stable. It is on the long, slow collision course with Pyro 5 and will one day either crash into it or break up into a ring. Pyro 5. This is the gas giant. The fourth planet from the sun of the Pyro system, it was given the classification of Pyro 5 when researchers came across the strong evidence that it was the outermost moon once maintained a stable orbit around the system's star between Pyro 3 and Pyro 5, when it was struck by an unknown celestial body and was knocked into Pyro 5's gravitational sphere of influence. Residents of and travelers through the Pyro system are known to harvest hydrogen from Pyro 5's green and yellow atmosphere. This is something else. Pyro 6, Terminus. Pyro 6 is the outermost world of the Pyro system. Its nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere is technically breathable, but contains high enough amounts of methane and carbon dioxide that it has negative effects on one's health after extended exposure. Pyrotechnic Amalgamated placed their main hub of operations in orbit around Terminus, later abandoning the station when they left the system. McMillan Station, I think is what it was really originally called, named after or McNamara Station, one of those two. Mix something. When they pulled it out, it got renamed Ruin Station, because it was supposedly the station that ruined Pyrotechnic Amalgamated. It's been weird. I haven't seen a lot of evidence that Ruin Station still exists in Pyro, but all right. Then we get to the moons. Ignis, the innermost of the moon of the gas giants of Pyro 5 in the Pyro system. The multiple canyons and dry riverbeds of its surface suggest that liquid water once flowed there in the distant past. Its frigid average temperature and deadly atmosphere of sulfur dioxide creates an unfriendly environment for those who lack proper protective equipment. Nonetheless, the moon sometimes sees visitors seeking to resupply their air reserves thanks to the small amount of oxygen in the atmosphere. Vatra. Vatra is the second moon from the gas giant of Pyro 5, which I want to think has a nickname like the Traveler or something like that. There's a name for Pyro 5, but I can't remember what it is. Its thick, high-pressure atmosphere of nitrogen and methane supports an ecosystem of planets that subsist on hydrocarbons instead of carbon dioxide. Some water is still present on Vatra in the form of ice, but it's too cold on the surface for it to exist in a liquid state. Adir. Adir is the third moon from the gas giant Pyro 5 Pyro system. Jagged mountains and rocky hills dominate its crater-ridden landscape. Because it lacks a protective atmosphere that would otherwise break apart most approaching celestial objects, its surface sees frequent impacts. The air is permeated with fine particles of dust that are generated during these events. Pharaoh. Pharaoh is the fourth moon from the gas giant Pyro 5 in the Pyro system. A hotbed of seismic activity, Pharaoh experiences frequent earthquakes that disturb its deep oceans of brackish water. The moon is an unusual ecosystem that thrives both on the surface and under the sea, supported by the carbon dioxide and nitrogen in Pharaoh's dense atmosphere. Fuego. Fire. Is the fifth moon from the gas giant Pyro 5 Pyro system, relatively temperate but still cold. Ironic name. It has mostly carbon dioxide atmosphere with small percentages of nitrogen, sulfur dioxide, and oxygen. High amounts of iron sulfide in its soil gives its surface a yellow and black appearance. Infamous smuggler group, the Headhunters, often utilize Fuego as a stash point for goods during their nascent years in the early 2600s. On the star map, Pyro 3 says habitable no. You were right, as the lore master you are. Yeah, thank you. I didn't come up with nothing. It's not like I invented it. Vur, the sixth moon from the gas giant Pyro 5 Pyro system. Thanks to an increased greenhouse effect and its dense carbon dioxide atmosphere, it's unusually warm for a moon so distant from its sun. Its carbon-rich soil supports forms of vegetation that utilize crystalline carbon in its base structures. Before the system was overtaken by outlaws in the early 27th century, these plants were a popular subject of research among botanists. So, like I said, effectively, we're seeing the Pyro system. That's what that means. And it also includes Pyro space stations, adding rundown rest stop stations in the Pyro system which provide basic services such as repair, sustenance, and commerce. Outposts colonialism. A small home for AI to live and shelter, they consist of central hub and a few optional internal and external modules. They provide the basic necessities to support a small group of people for an indefinite amount of time. All of that basically means they're not only producing the system, the Pyro system, but they're also producing all of the elements of the Pyro system, the outposts, the stations, and all of the support structures. Jump points. Implementing the first jump point in the persistent universe, connecting the Stanton and Pyro systems together, includes necessary vehicle items and functionality, the jump points themselves, and their inner tunnels. Solar bursts, which we saw as CMEs. Solar bursts are dangerous natural disasters that happen regularly around older stars like Pyro. In these instances, the sun erupts in a high-energy particle wave generated from its surface, traveling at 15% the speed of light through the entire star system. This dangerous high-energy particle wave can be avoided by hiding behind other objects that are big enough. It's funny that it says 15% the speed of light, because if it's traveling at 15% the speed of light, ships travel at 20% the speed of light in quantum, which means if you're going at full speed away in the opposite direction, you can outrun the wave. All right. Life support. Now, this what I just talked about is Pyro. So, CIG is doing the thing that they like to do, which is they're taking all of their individual parts of an actual system, like in this case the Pyro system, or individual parts of a feature, in this case the Pyro system, and they're just smashing them together. So all of the Pyro, or not smashing them together, pulling them apart into individual releases. So Pyro 1, Pyro, it's like it's this big list, which is very impressive. Less impressive than I say the Pyro system. It's like what? Count them off real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 things, which I'm sure are individual that people have to work on, but those 15 things could be summarized as adding Pyro. And if you want to get technical, you can add the jump points, adding Pyro and the means to travel between Pyro and Stanton. That's a lot of saying that. Now, and this is very similar. Life support, engineering, charge and drain, and multi-tool updates, and fire hazard and fire extinguisher. All of these are the same system. They all work on the same resource system, the RIC system that they've been talking about. But we'll go through each individual one. It's kind of like putting up 15 cars instead of general UI update. Yeah, they did the same thing with 3.23, where it's like this huge, impressive list, but it's actually like, I think I calculated it being like 11 items, even though it's like 30 items on the roadmap, which is smart, I think, because your average Star Citizen backer, and I hope you who are watching me are not the average. You're special and unique because you've chosen to watch me, which is weird, honestly. Just doesn't care. They see big list and they go, look at big list. Monkey neuron activate. Neuron activation. Yeah, happy. Big list. Look, good things. And to be fair, a lot of this does take a lot of work. Like adding the pyro system is just saying, oh, just the pyro system is kind of underselling the effort it takes to make the pyro system. But from a like end user's perspective, it's the pyro system. That's what you're getting. So I get the argument for and against the idea, but I think it's better to break it out because you emphasize there's a lot of there are a lot of different moving parts in this, and it also kind of emphasizes that, it's big. Be happy. Be excited. Life support. Implementing the first implementation of onboard life support systems in ships, which entails a ship component that generates breathable gas when turned on, and management of said life support component within the vehicle loadout manager. Which is a new thing they're going to have to add to 4.0, which they haven't mentioned. Engineering. Allows players to manage, maintain, and repair various ship systems. Players can assume different roles that each provide a unique gameplay loop. With engineering gameplay, players have to contend with item degradation, malfunctions, and power management. Charge and drain. Adding the ability for players to drain, store, and charge objects and power during using the multi-tool, including the ability to overcharge objects and also remove distortion damage, which is new. I don't think they've talked about that in the past. Multi-tool updates, raising the multi-tool up to the standard from Squadron 42 with additional functionality like cutting for specific scenarios, repair, and updates like improved handling, integrated UI, and the use of batteries to operate it. Fire hazard. Implementing fire hazard system, which tracks fire and temperature on static and dynamic objects. The initial release, fire will be set up on a select few vehicles. Okay, so fire is only going to be happening on a couple of vehicles, which no one's going to use because they could be lit on fire. And I can almost guarantee you all of those vehicles will be massive vehicles, like the Polaris and the Idris sort of thing. But and fire extinguisher. All tasks required to implement functioning fire extinguishers in game. This feature will work alongside the fire hazard system. And then MFD rework and new displays. Like this is something that's weird because they talk about this, but they could break this up into like 5 or different elements, which I'm surprised they didn't. Maybe it's because they don't have a 100% idea of what's coming in, so they're just kind of giving a generic one for this one. Rebuilding ship multifunction displays in building blocks, including new design functionality and customization options. This update will also include a select number of updated ship HUDs, giving greater visibility as well as manufacturer-based visual overhaul. Okay, so this is where I'm going to tell you something that's kind of nuts. I believe with MFDs, one of the discussions they had was that they could pull MFDs off of the MFD and put it on your visor. So you could have a customized visor with special MFDs on your visor so you don't have to look down. Similar to pulling out like windows in MMOs and pulling out specific windows up so you have access to them. It's that idea. So like when you're on a ship, you can like keep your fighter display, like where you're only attacking a specific target, you can have that target up on your visor instead of being in an MFD. Yeah, I believe they showed it off at CitizenCon as well. But that's part of that process. So in your helmet, yeah. So I didn't remember if they showed it, but they'd been talking about it for like the entirety of last year. When I first saw that, I'm like, they're creating an MMO. This is an MMO feature. All right. And then the best edition, the Kazi Grazer, the boy. Here comes the boy. Here he comes. Here he is. These large, warm-blooded herd animals were originally discovered in the vast plains of Kazi on Terra, which is where Asperia is founded, is Kazi Terra. It's also where they found a ancient civilization which once lived on Terra, which no one knows where they went. Most notable for their unusual method of carrying their eggs in their underside. The Kazi Grazer has become one of the standard seed animals, and they can be commonly found in the most terraformed planets in the UEE. Space Cows. Additional player customization. Following the release of the new character customizer in Alpha 3.23, this update adds additional hair and facial hair options, as well as face piercings, which is something they talked about. And I think tattoos possibly even. So, and lastly, the RSI Zeus Mark II ES. Building, balancing, and implementing RSI's small multi-crew ship, the Zeus Mark II ES, into the game. So, kind of went through all of this more because I was kind of interacting with chat there for a moment, which I usually don't do with these capsules, but I think it's important. Now, that looks great. We can summarize it as a couple of things. Pyro, jump points, resources, the Kazi Grazer, MFD updates, Zeus, and more options for the free character. That's still 7 things, and they're still going to add more stuff. This is only part 1 of multiple parts of updating they're going to do as they go along. Now let's take off our hype hats. All right, let's take off our fancy hype hats and replace them. You know, realistic hats, our utility hats. Okay, using Jared's analogy here. So with this realism hat on, let's be honest. There are only 2 things that need to happen in 4.0. Those 2 things are Pyro, well, 3 things. Pyro, jump points, and server measure. Those are the only 3 things that need to be added to the game for 4.0. Anything else I just read that didn't involve those 3 things directly existing, out. Do not expect them. So notice how I went through every single planet, talking about all the planets and that kind of stuff. Do not expect every single planet to be in there. Do not expect colonial outposts to exist. Do not expect life support systems, solar bursts, space stations, all of the moons, engineering, charge and drain, fire hazard, MFDs, Kazi Grazers, customization, and Mark II. Take all of those ideas and put them into a pile of nice to haves, but are not coming in 4.0. Not because I don't think they will, but because if 3.23 has taught us anything, CIG will push items. If they come with push comes to shove, they will push items away from the initial release so they can get that initial release out. It's a practical application of what they need to do. And I think we need to calm our hype jets a little bit and realize that that's what's going to come in 4.0. Anything else is a bonus. Anything else will be great. And I'd love to see CIG make me wrong on this one, because there's no one else out there that wants to see a massive release of 4.0 with a ton of cool things. I would love it. But 3.23 has proven to me, and I think has proven to a lot of people, that there is a limit to what CIG can implement, test, and deal with, because there's so many factors that are going on behind the scenes that I don't think even CIG has enough resources, which is funny to say with over 1,000 employees, to fully deal with in the amount of time they've allotted themselves. Not that it's impossible, it's just that you only have so many QA, you can only push so many builds, you can only have so many people helping you test stuff with like PTUs and such, until you just have to push it out. So keep that in mind when doing this. That being said, server meshing, jump points, and pyro, even if it's a handful of planets, that's a massive undertaking. Server meshing alone is going to change how you play this game, let alone jump points and a brand new system. It's kind of nuts to think about that. So while it is important to be practical and reasonable about what's being in there, all of these are tentative, none of these are committed. We know what's important And that important stuff is a huge changer for the Star Citizen. But with that all being said, and of course, before we go to that point, Q3. Q3 is an estimate, and people have asked, what is Q3 for CIG? It's not what you think. Q3 could be August. It could also be October. Generally speaking, I believe CIG thinks around September is their Q3, end of September, early October. And because of CitizenCon, it tends to take resources away from some of the other aspects of the game, so they don't always have everything in there. So, yeah, as chat's saying, usually Q3 is 2025, is SitCon or after. So this, based off of what CIG is also implementing with CitizenCon, or at least hinting at, if you want to know that, watch my previous video, which I'll post up here, which is the Squadron 42 monthly report. I think that Squadron 42 is going to dominate CitizenCon this year, and as a result, and 1.0 will dominate CitizenCon, so they probably want to have 4.0 out before CitizenCon. So I think that's going to be the imperative. That is the time crunch. Invictus was the time crunch for 3.23. CitizenCon is the time crunch for 4.0. So it'll either be out it'll be out a week before October 17th. That's will be my guess. So if you're thinking about that, that's going to be. With all that being said, as always, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Am I being too cynical? Am I being too optimistic? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoy this, make sure you hit that like button. It really does help to spread the word about these. Hit the subscribe button and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. And join us live, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive to join the discussion with chat here and make my life a living hell. And with all of that said, as I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. It's over 30 minutes, chat. I don't think you're being too cynical, but I might be biased, says the jaded cynic. Big cap, thick capsule, yeah. It's a big deal, but I do think that is one thing I think we need to kind of reset our expectations. And I want to be clear. I understand why hangars got pushed out to 3.23.2. I'm a little sad that it happened, but I understand why it happened. At the same time, I think people set expectations which were a lot higher than they should have been, and as a result, some people got burned or kind of upset in that factor. Kind of, it was like a lot of stuff with CIG. It's more about like, hey, set proper expectations for people so that they know what they're getting. Citizen 4.0 will be a huge watershed for server performance, right? It should improve server performance, but that is not the intended outcome for 4.0. 4.0's intended outcome is simply allowing for you to be able to go to other systems. And there may be other actions that they have to do to improve server performance, though I do think that is where we're going to see improved server performance. That is really where it'll start to happen. Channel called Shitty Flute. Okay. No, I do think CIG was hopeful. I do think that CIG had grand plans, and then the realities of performance and how bad performance got hit because of the stuff they've added with the replication layer split. I think that's what mattered. Like that's what hurt. When that hit, they were like, it's a lot worse than we thought. We gotta start pushing things. When will server tick rate get rate above 5? Probably 4.0. But I don't think we're gonna look at 4.0 and go, oh yes, we're getting 30 FPS in 4.0. Hell no. Server hertz ain't going to 30 FPS to 4.0 because there's so many other things they're adding, and they have to come in and kind of figure out what they're dealing with that. Though I think we'll get like, 15, 20 hertz out of servers by that point. So yeah. I think, or does Cutlass Purple a defense con? Please don't even tease me like that. Buggers aside, I would like it, but I understand it's difficulty involved. The problem is it's new technology, and new technology can open up a can of worms. Like that's performance may even be the least of our concerns. You may just fucking not be able to travel between servers. You may just crash when you try to do the transition between one server to another. There was a pretty good server test that they did with the preview, but just because they did a preview test doesn't mean that they understood all the problems they can fix, 20 hertz? Oh my. They have said they will do when they will do the final Xenothreat mission after Invictus. It's gonna be the week after Invictus. The problem comes with live. It's always issues that happen in live. And I'm going to say something that's going to be kind of probably taken the wrong way, but it needs to be said. We're going to have more than 100 people per server with 4.0. CIG had 400 people per server, or per shard, with their tests. CIG is going to pump that number as high as they can go through testing. I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up with 500 to 1,000 people per server with 4.0. As long as it's the same, at least the same quality as we're getting in game right now. Well, I can't believe you said that 3.23.2 in June. I can't believe it's not butter. What do you mean you can't believe? That I was right, or that you think I'm being optimistic? I've been saying Star Citizen CIG was pushing for 4.0 after 3.23. That was been clear since CitizenCon. And everyone's acting like this is insane news. I can't believe it. It's like, am I the only person who reads in this community? Well, see, here's the thing. 300 to 400 per shard. CIG needs to account for the fact that if everyone in a shard shows up in a server, that server needs to account for every single person in that shard. So if everyone leaves and goes to Ruin Station in Pyro, you can't have a situation where the server has more people on it than it can handle. So you can't have a server cap of 100 and a shard cap of 400. It doesn't work like that. You need to have a maximum server capacity of whatever your shard can handle. So every server needs to be able to handle the maximum numbers on that shard. Because what happens if there are 100 people in the shard at Ruin Station, and then the 101st person walks in? What happens? We don't need to read. We get you to do it for us. A full 890 shows up, breaks the server. But I also think that they want to max cap. So I don't know what they're going to do or how they're going to do it. I don't think CIG has a full idea yet. But I do think that we'll see, I would say 500 people. I think a reasonable is anywhere between 300 and 500 people per shard. Which means 300 to 500 people per server. In the server meshing, static server meshing test, technically all 400 people could have been in Area 18 because the pop cap was the shard, not anyone per server. Yes, but that's what it means. If the pop cap of the shard is also the pop cap for the servers, because you can't guarantee everyone's going to be spread out. They never tested more than 200 in a single server. The 400 and 800 was insanely broken. They tested the 400 and 800. They just were broken. I've sharded 1,000 times. It was always the plan. It's also a weird flex. I've died 1,000 times because I'm bad at what I do. Skill issue. Get good or just get the NERSA. I'm bad at my job. That's why I have the RSI NERSA. It makes up for my shortcomings of being an absolutely garbage at what I do. I don't think needing people to be spread out is a big issue, as we assume. It's always been people spreading out that tank servers because the server has to sim so many areas at once. Well, you also see dramatic server decreases when you have events going on. So, like, Xenothreat is going to absolutely tank servers because it's so many people at one location for Xenothreat. Okay, so how many people in each system then? 2. Or more, possibly. So it's not each system, because a shard encompasses 2 different systems. So one shard will cover all of the servers in Stanton and all of the servers in Pyro. One shard will cover all of them. So if you have 400 people per shard, it's 400 people for Stanton and Pyro combined. They can disable quantum jumps to a location due to the population capacity. That is an absolute garbage mechanic, though. You can't jump to that location. Why? Okay. Well, how about this? How about I jump just to the edge of the server and then fly in manually? Because quantum, the new quantum boost mode will be there by then. Or there'll be ways you can get around that. What happens if I fly into that that server manually rather than quantum? I'll bounce off an invisible wall. That's garbage. That's absolutely not what CIG's been trying to build. Yeah, so 200 people total in both Pyro and Stanton. Yes. UEN says, sorry, the Pyro Starman system is in max capacity. Yeah. It's such a garbage thing I don't think CIG will do. It's not within their ethos. It's not within the design that CIG is trying to go for. They'd rather limit the number of people on an entire shard than than have a hard cap on server caps. I don't see it happening. I've died 1,000 times. I suck at my job. NERSA. The RSI NERSA. We're there to make up the fact that the fact of skill issues. We make up skill issues, or we compensate for skill issue. The more I think about that commercial, the more I'm like, this sucks. This is just a bad fucking commercial. Hey, you, gamer. We know you're fucking bad at this game. We know you're awful. We know you suck balls. It's because you suck balls, pay us $55 so that when you suck balls, you have another chance to suck balls the next time you do it. And you have an infinite number of times of sucking and failing until you absolutely cannot, till you give up and throw your controller around because you can't do basic gameplay. Embrace the suck, Nursa. Get good or get a Nursa. Just got here. My thoughts on the Nursa commercial is probably going to be hold enough med serum for 2 to 4 respawns. Yeah, it's definitely going to be restricted by resources, and it'll also probably fucking suck. Like, oh yeah, you respawned a Nursa. You can't use your arm anymore. Your arm is missing. You now respawn without an arm, or with a arm that cannot work. Congratulations. You're doing a great job of selling the very useful vehicle that otherwise should sell itself. Compensating for your inaccuracy, inadequacy since 2954, Nursa. Maybe a better medbed can fix broken limbs that didn't regenerate properly, but at a cost. I can see that as well. There are so many levers they can pull with the regen stuff that I think it'll be fine. I just think that they fucked up the messaging so hard. It just, it's me. I am atomizing a dead horse at this point. Like, you all understand. I know some people are coming in, but that commercial was the opposite of what CIG needed to do, and it shows. And it's the fault of marketing. And I am, and chat can attest to this, I am not the kind of person who says it's always marketing's fault, because I feel like using marketing as a scapegoat is a mistake for what should be put on management's shoulders, because they made those decisions. Not marketing. Marketing's budget is a joke. Their numbers are very small. They barely make enough money to, they barely have enough money to do what they want to do. But they're creative, and they're really good at being creative with their marketing strategies and such. And this was just a mistake. This was just no one talked to the developers of what the message should be. So, sharded between both Pyro and Stanton, there will be only 200 players in an instance. I think I'm going over this. Yes, the idea being that Pyro and Stanton are a single shard, and inside the shard, the systems themselves are made up of multiple servers. So you have the Pyro Stanton shard, and inside you have individual servers for each part, and the whole shard needs to be able to have a max capacity of whatever one server is for players. And so if the max capacity for one server is 200 people, then you can only have 200 people between that entire shard of Pyro and Stanton, or that instance of Pyro and Stanton. Haven't the devs also stated they dislike it when the community blames the marketing for all the bad decisions? I know a couple devs who have. I don't know if they've been public about it, but yeah. I know Jake has been open to be like, it's not always marketing. Marketing doesn't have the pull you think it does. It really doesn't. And that has been echoed so many times by so many different devs that I know that I'm like, okay, I believe that. Not all of these people who don't have connections with each other, who sometimes even know each other exist, wouldn't be able to say the same thing over and over again. Hey, it's the guy who tried to arrest me. Hey, Loken. We're trying to find the actual subliminal message of the Nursa commercial is we know you suck. You're terrible at this game. Buy a Nursa so that you can make up for your inadequacy. Show me a link. A link to where? A link for like evidence of what they said that? It would be on my Discord. I'd have to go diving through my Discord. But Jake has been open about that. Nursa, for people who can't, get good. I mean, they're not going to tell you marketing runs the show, Lamau. I mean, there's no reason for them to tell me that marketing doesn't run the show, because you do realize how absolutely insane that sounds, right, Andrew? Like, that is some conspiratorial thing. The shadowy cabal called marketing that operates out of the Legion of Doom headquarters is secretly secretly tiny aliens that climb inside Chris Roberts' brain and run him around like a mech. That is the true villain of CIG, are the tiny shadowy alien lizard people who control Chris Roberts' brain. That's what it sounds like when you say marketing is secretly in charge of things. And I go, oh yeah, I've talked to many people who work in different departments of CIG, and they all say the same thing, that marketing doesn't have the pull that the community thinks it does. And your response is, well, duh, they don't want you to know that. It's like, are you serious? Are we really doing this? Is this the level that we're going towards? Do I need to get an actual tinfoil hat? Yes, marketing is ratatouilleing Chris Roberts. The problem is, if money was the motivator, we would see a lot more monetization of things that we haven't. Because CIG has lost money in the past working on Star Citizen. They've made a lot of money, but there have been years where they've been running negative. And if CIG wanted to make money, they would sell the Bengal. If that was the main motivator behind CIG's existence, was pure profit, then monetization would be a lot heavier. We would see a lot more microtransactions. We would see a lot more emphasis on monetization of the game rather than gameplay. And it's not like this isn't happening. It happens all over the place. It's video games. These things happen all the time. We don't see that sort of level of monetization. And no, the F7A Mark II being sold, or the F7C Mark II, or that's not like CIG's been selling ships since day one. That's not new. I do think that CIG is more willing to sell ships if they're in a desperate situation. But that means that they're desperate to make some money because they're running short of money. The goal of making money is to keep the studio open, not to make a huge profit. Because CIG has never made a huge profit.
You
can look at their financials. They publish them. You know how much money they make. It's not a lot.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Well, you would need to show me, Andrew, that they definitely have. Because that's a big statement. I know.
Dark_Spike_FF just resubscribed for 12 months. Good evening.
Hey, that's a full year. Thank you, Dark Spike, for that full year of support. You're a very important publisher, very impressive pizza, very impressive pizza. This is your fault. You're just wondering. Good night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Guarantee they're not planning around some magical infinite growth and funding. No. Yeah, most of that money goes to wages. And the other thing is that if you think marketing is the main motivator, like they have big sway, then why do they have such a tiny budget? Why is the main motivator, the main controller, the shadow puppet master behind the throne?
You can even take away my space.
Why is it a joke of a
but
budget?
You can never, ever take away my space game.
Folks_Trod just resubscribed for 19 months. I get that SIG needs to make money. I was still not thrilled to the respawn changes without some update to medical gameplay or death of a spaceman.
Thank you so much for that 19 months of there, Foxtrot. You're very important, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You cannot trust and choose and chat. Yeah, I agree, but I don't think this was a change based off of money. I think this is just a change based off of timing. CIG is a lot more. They're a lot more driven by rule of cool than money. And I think what it was they were coming out with a NERSA. They had planning on working on the NERSA. They even said they've been sitting on these changes for a long time. And they're like, hey, we're going to be releasing resource management stuff in 4.0. Let's just drop the changes with 3.23.1 with a NERSA. And then we can gather feedback and change things before we get to the resource system. Like that is far more the CIG kind of mentality. Think about like master modes. You know, how long was master modes testing before they released? And even then, master modes being released without half of the features that it's supposed to come with, like Maelstrom, resource management, a bunch of other stuff like that. Just isn't in the game yet. But they still wanted us to test it before they got into there. So you're saying CIG is like Mr. Bean in the sense that they somehow stumble into success every single time? Kinda, yeah. The only headlines this game ever has are marketing related or holidays. That's the only thing I'm really getting at. What do you mean by deadlines? Oh, you're talking about like, oh yeah. So I think that sales are important because sales drive so that they can like stay open. But those are more around the fact they already have those established, and players have already established an expectation that those exist. Like, think about CitizenCon. They canceled CitizenCon 2020 because of COVID, and instead they did a live stream version of CitizenCon, which was different. It was just basically a large ISC. They could have done nothing, and they didn't have to. The reason why they did was because it was an expectation by the players. Sure, they sold something, but they also have IAE. And it's not like CIG only makes money during sales. Like, think about the F7C, the F7C, and the F8C. Both of those had nothing to do with major sales. They were events they dropped on their own, partially to test new technologies. In both cases, they're new gameplay mechanics that they were testing, and they were using the carrot of cool ship as the motivator for getting players to play it. I think they over rely on that, and it can lead to the belief that marketing is the one that's actually, because people go, oh, people think that the chicken and egg situation, where they think CIG came up with a new ship, and then they were trying to come up with a gameplay to justify selling the ship. And I think no, they came up with the gameplay, and then they said, hey, can we sell a ship with this gameplay? Can we make some money while we're also doing this cool gameplay, which will also motivate more people to do things? Like, they're giving away a free upgrade to the F8 Mark II. It's a free upgrade is a kind of a good stick, because it's like a good carrot. It's like, yeah, you have to buy the ship in the first place, but you have an upgrade. I think Overdrive was mainly a test for the modular mission system. Exactly, I agree. And the sales were tacked on as an afterthought, as part of something we can do along the way. We have this ability. And I think that's the way CIG thinks. And that's why I think it gets conspiratorial and cartoonish when marketing is... No, marketing is just going with the flow. And even this latest marketing is a great example. See, they're just going with the flow that they thought was cool. They thought the regen thing was cool, and so they came up with Edge of Tomorrow inspired. But it's not what CIG was going for at all, based off of statements they said before and after that commercial went out. So it's clear they weren't talking to the devs properly, and it was bad. I need to get a new cord. That's what it is. Anyways, I fixed it. Hopefully it's better now, right? See, F8C was definitely all marketing. A literal Willy Wonka ticket event was definitely marketing. No, it wasn't marketing. It wasn't just marketing. Because it was also in, they were doing the event where you had to, what was it? To hunt down devs to get those tickets. You got it for free. And you could also like had stuff spawn in the game that would then be connected to your account. This is a testing of connecting your in-game stuff with your account on the website. It was a technical test. A technical test of an idea that they were using for a mission module, which I'm sure will come up again, where they can start linking what you do with in-game objects with the website's backend to link you from finding stuff rather than just doing stuff. But yeah, I think when we lean too much into the marketing aspect of things and as being the problem, we disincentivize the actual problem, which is the developers themselves. And I know it's not comfortable to sit there and say, you know, Chris Roberts or John Crew or Rich Tyre fucked up. But sometimes they do, because they're human beings. And they make decisions based off of the information they have, and sometimes that information comes from an echo chamber rather than from a wider instance. And there may be people at CIG who, I'm sure there are people at CIG, who have seen these decisions and told them, this is wrong. You're fucking up here. And they went against their beliefs anyways, because, again, human beings. I have worked in so many jobs, and I'm sure a lot of you have as well, where, you know, sometimes management makes bad decisions. Even good managers will make bad decisions. It just happens. And we as a community we do a disadvantage when we only blame marketing for these decisions, when it could very well be the ship team, or the planetary tech team, or the FPS team. And they should get the right blame for fucking it up and should adjust accordingly based off of feedback. We're giving outs to people who should be held accountable. So. Connecting the game account back to the website. Yeah. Do you think we'll see the Rayland this year? No, it requires too much bespoke technology. All right, I'm going to get some water so I can talk, and then we're going to go through the ISC and SCL. I work for Crusader Security. They don't make mistakes. All right, your fun button's back on. I'll be back. It's been a passionate. Yes. Sorry.
Good news, everyone.
Weapons free, y'all.
Drugs.
I love democracy.
I'm Fly.
2 words.
I'm Pilot.
Distress bacon.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
I'm out.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Later, Andrew. Oh, God damn it. So I got a box of knobs, orc knobs, because I had an idea a while ago that I was going to, because I saw a lot of people say, oh, you just magnetize your orc knobs arms, and then you can swap out the weapons a lot easier. So as you can see, oop. Oop. So it's not fully painted yet. I still have to do the weapons aren't done yet. The pole on his back and his shoes aren't done. But I think I did a pretty good job of layering the skin. It's a new technique I was using. I think the skin layering is pretty good. The highlight's pretty good. So. Yeah, looking at it, it's actually pretty good. Last night, when I was doing it, I was like, I don't know how it looks, all right. And then now looking at it with kind of fresh eyes, I was like, yeah, I actually did pretty good. I think I'm pretty impressed with it. I know the right layering to do now too, so it's a little easier. Yeah, the Atlas medical platform. I can see that. There's a Paul-like avatar in the Invictus RSI hall. I mean, I was there. In an avatar that looked like me. You saw something standing around that looked like me. It was probably me because I was doing a lore tour earlier, Mark. No, I wasn't in a driver's seat, so. We need a luxury Drake ship. I've been saying that for a while. I tried wet palette blending. I like the idea of wet palette blending. The problem about wet palette blending is you have to come up with My name is Paul Berserker, Batman, your humble host and bartender here at the AstroPub. Your space bar at the end of Twitch. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Yeah, I'm not good at that. I'll eventually slowly get better at this style. This is the second time I've tried something like this, and I've gotten better at it. But how you doing there, Sparrow? It's good to see you again. I'll show this again real quickly before I go, because what we're talking about was this, and then I gotta just me turning up the camera. We gotta watch something. So it's gonna take me an hour plus. I painted this. I did some slap chop. I've been practicing slap chop, so. Thank you. Yeah. My biggest problem is skin. I hate doing skin because I hate doing doing skin because it all requires layers and stuff like that. I'm not bad at layering. All right, let's watch the RSI. Nope.
It's that time each May where we celebrate the might and majesty of the UEE vehicle fleet, and this week we're exploring the gold standard work of one of the rarest vehicles in the game, the debut of a new design sure to set the verse on fire, and a long-requested variant finally making its debut at this year's event. It's Invictus Launch Week Part 1, so let's stop yapping and get to showing. I'll be here when you get back.
About being bad at skin. Jimothy. Trying his best.
So the Sabre Raven was introduced at CitizenCon 2017 in Frankfurt. It was an exclusive deal with Intel. It is a EMP interdictor fighter, carries 2 EMP generators in its belly, has an additional computer on board for helping do data running, and is really just a cool looking ship. You can see the resemblance to the Sabre, but it is its own unique shape. Performance-wise, over the years, because of its exclusive nature...
Paul, what would you say to me, minding the medical stuff changing recently as somebody who's very interested in back in Star Citizen, with the intent of investing plenty of my time into medical gameplay? To try to improve your, like... It looks good, Paul. I've been painting minis now since I was 9, two decades now. Wow. I have not that, I do not have that pedigree. But I am not really an artist, so it's been interesting to do this kind of stuff. I have the knowledge that does data running, yeah. So, Little Dude Jack, if you're asking me to like justify you getting Star Citizen because you're concerned about the medical changes, I would say don't get Star Citizen until it's in a position you're comfortable with. And if you look at the medical changes now and go, I don't like this change, I'm not interested in this game the way it is, then don't get it. Wait until the game earns the money that you want to spend on it. If the game isn't worth the money, don't buy the game. Simple as that. If you're concerned about the changes, I will say almost certainly what CIG is doing with this change has more to do with pulling levers further down the line when it comes to Death of a Spaceman and medical as a whole, rather than removing medical altogether. But in the process, they're basically removing medical from 3.23. 3.23 medical is gone. There is no penalties for 3.23 medical. As long as you pay for a some sort of respawn vehicle, which can also be done with the Pisces and or Cutlass Red, then you don't have to worry about medical ever mattering to you, because you've got a quick system that can fix you. So, and Crystal King's right. We have a free fly right now, so you can try it out for yourself to see if you enjoy it. Because if you've been holding off on buying Star Citizen, Star Citizen is free to play as of right now for I think 2 weeks. So
it's sort of never really peaked in terms of popularity, but the owners that have it love it, and you always see them at ship meets in the game. Recently, we completed Gold Standard on the base Sabre, which highlighted some of the issues with the Raven itself. It has sort of been left behind in terms of art and gameplay upgrades over the years. So we set about...
I have plenty of other things I'm interested in. I'm really wondering what's actually happened to this particular game group, which I guess you just answered. So thank you. Yeah, so what they've done is they've removed... There's no incentive to get healed, because if you have a tier 1 or tier 2 injury, you can just go back to your ship, do the backspace express route, which is, commit unlife on yourself, because I don't want to get demonetized, in game. And then you will just respawn back in the bed fully healed. So it basically doesn't mean you have to get medical care at all. You just need the lowest medical bed, and you will infinitely have respawn as long as it's close enough to you. So, no, well, okay, yeah.
Gold standing in the Raven and utilizing some of the work we did on the Sabre to...
If you're into 4 and 5e chess, then you will be begging for death of a spaceman by the time it's implemented. 3.23.1 is the official start of Star Citizen, Call of Duty with a few extra steps. I think you're over dramatizing that, Foxtrot. I think you're not seeing the forest for the trees, honestly, because the argument that Star Citizen is just Call of Duty, I don't think has merit. Not with the how Death of the Spaceman is going to work, and how Reputation is going to work, and all of those other factors that are going to come into place. Star Citizen being Call of Duty is kind of an insult to Call of Duty. Because I know what people are saying, they say Call of Duty, like it's an arcade game where you're just gonna, crouch jump around, and it's like, no, you're describing Unreal, and that's not Call of Duty. So I understand the concern. I do. And it sucks because it basically removes an entire gameplay loop for a patch. It's gone. And it's gone because CIG wants to have feedback on regen. So they're just taking medical gameplay out to the gravel pit and putting it out of its misery, or ending it before it's good. So in order to improve regen and then come back and fix medical, but and that sucks. That's an awful feeling. As somebody who's had that happen to their gameplay loop smuggling multiple times, where CIG starts to do something and then they say, you make too much money, fuck off. And it just ruins the loop. It's like, great. Fuck you too, CIG, goddamn. But I do think it's a little hyperbolic to kind of go over that. Yeah, that's Foxtrot. We actually, I don't know if you're here for talking about it, but I did an entire section of this video, of this live stream, where I talked about how marketing absolutely fumbled the ball. They messed up bad. Like, it was, and it's clear based off of CIG's own, they're firefighting. There's a reason why, like, Jake and Zyla were running around trying to emphasize the death of a spaceman still there. The reason why Jared had to say death of a spaceman still exists is because they're firefighting. They're having to put out fires that were started by that stupid fucking commercial, because the marketing team didn't realize there was already anxiety over what was going to happen with this change. And then instead of trying to ease the fears, they just poured fucking gasoline on that fire because they thought it would be neat. No, I've atomized this horse to death, but you know. The commercial was a reference to what was it called? To Edge of Tomorrow. And I recognize that at Edge of Tomorrow reference, and as a fan of Edge of Tomorrow, I think that was a good reference. But it also was bad for messaging. So
to help benefit the Raven.
So we've recently done a pass on the Saber Raven. It gets referenced a lot as gold standard. What I think for me personally, the way I look at it is kind of our current standard. It's bringing a ship that we've done work on in the past and kind of ticking off all the current kind of features to make it compatible with everything we now do on our current release ships. The main pass that we needed to do on the Raven was to add all of it.
It's also kind of clear the reason why they did the gold pass on the Saber is because it's in Squadron. We actually see it in cutscenes in Squadron, so.
It's a functional component base. So now, rather than it just being a shell, and you can't really do much with it, each of the component bays now have a animating opening door. All of the components are accessible by the player, and that really just gets the vehicle ready for the next stage in Star Citizen gameplay. With the resource network work coming online and the ability to interact with the individual ship items, that ship is now kind of ticked off, ready, good to go. Some of the other work that was needed as a kind of byproduct of bringing it up to current day standards is working on the dashboard and the interactions on there. So now the buttons are all interactive, and really it's just about giving some love to some of our older vehicles and bringing them up to kind of our current day standard.
So at this Invictus, we're happy to announce that there is a new sibling to the Raven, and it's called the Saber Firebird. So the Saber Firebird is a missile-based fighter, much like some of our other ships like the Talon. It trades pure gun power for missile firepower. It is based on the Raven chassis, but it has quite a few little visual.
I've already seen people telling me the death of a spaceman is dead. That commercial just makes belief more firm. Yeah. And look at the comments in that commercial. Look at the YouTube comments for that. It's either people going, I'm glad Death of the Spaceman's gone, it was an unfun mechanic, but the vast majority of people are like, this is a fucking awful move. This is like a slap in the face. This is like you've told me one thing and then you turn around and punch me in the head really, really hard out of nowhere. And it feels like a betrayal. Because a lot of people don't watch ISC or SCL. They just watch the commercials and kind of peek in every so often. And they've been told, oh, this is a hardcore game, or hardcore, but you know, like there's permadeath, there's going to be a whole like consequences to your life and everything like that. And then you turn around and you see, I've died 1,000 times. It's immediately going to piss people off. Like, what the fuck were you thinking?
Visual tweaks that when you put them side by side, you'll notice that it is a completely different
name policy. Yes. If they were going to call it Phoenix, I was going to make fun of it. But at least they came up with a new name. And at least it's unique. No, don't be hyperbolic. The Endeavor Hope's not dead. The Apollo's not dead. Those aren't dead. Like, the Apollo and the Endeavor Hope aren't even in the game yet, so it might be a little premature there. You know, CIG is going to probably keep this whole thing, but they're probably going to make it a lot harder or make it worse for players to do those sorts of things. The problem is that they're going to have to implement Death of a Spaceman to fix this, and no one wants them to implement Death of a Spaceman right now because the game's a fucking mess. But it's getting better, you know.
Art style, and its main firepower is from its belly-mounted bespoke missile launcher, which holds 12 size 3 missiles.
So in the Saber series, we have the base Saber, the Saber Comet, and the Saber Raven, and really we wanted to kind of build on the Raven's chassis. It's a very unique design, and we really felt like we could do more than what we've currently done with that vehicle chassis. Obviously, we wanted to make sure that it feels different enough from the base Raven. So we did quite a lot of work. The actual full kind of top of the vehicle has pretty much been kind of remodeled. The main spine of the vehicle has a bunch of changes on it. When we looked at it and kind of decided what is really successful and what we want to build on, we really felt like the Raven is very, very sleek, whereas the base Saber had these really nice kind of like tail fins and a nice kind of back end to it. So really we kind of want to bring a bit of that inspiration back into the Firebird. So the main kind of visual change that you'll notice on the rear of the vehicle, it's got a slightly new thruster, and it's got these nice sort of wings that complement the rear tail end. A lot of kind of more subtle changes have been done on the vehicle as well. When you kind of first look at them side by side, we really wanted it to be recognizable that it was built on the Sabre chassis. So we've kept a lot of the key shapes. But as you start to kind of like get into the details, you'll notice the wingtips are different. The kind of big cutouts have had some work done to them. And we decided to add some extra geometry there just to kind of strengthen up the vehicle a bit as it is. I think the base Raven, being like an interdiction ship, really it was kind of focusing on agility and being able to chase down targets, whereas this being slightly more kind of combat orientated, we really wanted a bit more strength in the vehicle as a whole. As you kind of go to the underside of the ship, that's where the big functionality change comes. So now in the belly of the ship, we've got a big missile rack, so it all opens up and then we can launch the missiles out from underneath the Firebird.
Compared to a lot of our other ships that have missile racks just bolted under the wings, or bespoke ones mounted into the hull that are sort of firing forwards, this is canted at a downwards angle, so you get a really nice visual when they fire down and curve up. And also we've adjusted the missile controller on it, so rather than being restricted to a set amount, it can fire up to a complete row at a time. So you get to see a huge volley of row by row come out. So we have a lot of fighters in the game, but we don't have a lot that their main focus is missiles. I could mention that the Talon Shrike is pretty much the main missile-based fighter that is a light to medium category. So this adds another option into the mix. And it also builds on all the work we did for the Sabre Raven Gold standard to help get a brand new ship. In terms of who is the Firebird for, just like anyone who enjoys combat, this is a ship for you, especially if you prefer to sort of not engage direct in dogfights and sort of lurk on the periphery of combat and help chip away at the targets. So that's the Sabre Firebird, available at Invictus. We're looking forward to see the reception of it and letting a new generation of backers experience that classic silhouette with a revitalized in-game performance.
Did you consider doing a Pontiac Trans Am Firebird paint for this?
When we came up with the name of the Firebird, we did instantly think of some vehicle inspirations, should we call it? But no.
Smokey and the Bandit?
No, Smokey and the Bandit.
I hate you.
Mutual.
So in the top 3 questions that I get, number 1 and 2 are when and where are the Bounty Merchantman and Endeavour? The third one is where is my Ursa medical version? So we're finally proud to present the RSI Ursa Medivac.
Yeah, because that's the one they really wanted you to focus on.
So where are we going to use the Medivac? It is designed for use in a sort of combined arms ground assault scenario.
When you kind of think about all the different gameplay loops we have and all the different ways that our players like to explore the universe, we have a lot of air support. We have the Pisces, we have med bays in our big ships, but we don't really have anything that's ground vehicle based that can kind of be that response unit to really kind of get people out of trouble, to come in and heal our players.
You have people on the ground, in vehicles, in grav-lev bikes, on foot, assaulting a location such as a distribution centre. Ultimately, people get injured and killed, and they don't want to respawn back at their hubs or at hospitals, or even in sort of a parent mothership a long way away. You need something that can keep up with the assault, and that's where the Medivac sits.
It fills that gap in our lineup that allows the players to be able to go out, explore our universe, and have less concerns about some of the activities they're getting up to, knowing that they've got a medical vehicle on call nearby that can kind of get them out of a bit of a sticky situation. Exterior-wise, the main kind of big difference is going to be the delivery.
So the Medivac will come with its own medical-themed default paint, as well as additional paints, and these will be applicable to the base Ursa as well.
Other than that, the kind of main changes that we've done is just really giving it a bit of a lift up to our current standards. So we've got proper interaction panels now for the side entrance and the rear entrance. And then the biggest change really is on the rear of the vehicle. The ramp or the rear door previously split in the middle and opened up, but that doesn't really make sense when you think of a medical vehicle. You want to be able to ease the transition in as easy as possible. So it's got a proper kind of rear ramp on it now. The door folds down and just allows much easier access into the rear of the vehicle. Inside, it's all new. It feels very clean and clinical. Our artist that worked on it, Hadi, he's done like a fantastic job of really bringing up the kind of the level of detail, making it really feel like a purpose-built space. On the left-hand side, you've got a weapons locker that also has storage for your med guns and your utility items. We've then got a clean sink area. It feels very clinical and clean. And then as you move towards the front of the vehicle, you've got an extra seat. Looking at kind of current ambulances and medical vehicles, you generally have your patient and then somewhere for the person that is kind of doing that treatment to be. We've got the medical terminal where it allows you to treat the player or the patient. And then right at the front, we've got all the component bays and everything else that's needed for making the vehicle work.
So the big feature of the RSI Ursa Medivac is, of course, the med bed in the back. It is a tier 3 med bed, and the way med beds work in the game is changing. Tier 3 historically did not allow respawn on them. We're changing that to allow respawn, but at a much reduced distance from the vehicle. So you really need to keep this vehicle up with the attack to get the maximum use out of it.
We took a lot of inspiration from some of our other kind of med bays on our other vehicles, and generally, we just try to think about if you're trying to treat someone that's been injured, what do you need, what's available for you. Obviously, we looked at ambulances and real life inspiration.
That change is not exclusive to the Medivac, that is an across-the-board change, so ships such as the C8R Pisces and Cutlass Red will also benefit from that. But of course, those are much larger targets in a combat scenario, so you would want to keep them a little bit further away. So that's the Ursa Medivac. It is a great support vehicle for ground vehicle players, and especially those who want to support other more hostile engagements. And I didn't mean to imply that we picked this over doing the Merchantman or the Endeavour, but a lot of people ask me this every single event in Reddit Spectrum.
I ask him this. I've asked him it twice, at least once.
So where's the Medivac? So it's here now.
Launch sequence complete.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that the Sabre Raven finally gets a little of the love and attention it's needed for some time. That the Sabre Firebird is here with a host of missile-laden destruction alongside with it. And that the Ursa Medivac is rolling up with a fantastic change to how medbeds work and new liveries for all Ursas to enjoy. Now, don't forget to tune into this year's Invictus All Vehicles Roundtable tomorrow. We'll have some of the folks that make ships possible on to discuss all aspects of vehicle life in the verse, and then come on back next week for Invictus Part 2 for even more new vehicle goodness. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week.
Y'all, the black pilling in chat is a little intense. Sorry, I was dealing with a weird family thing real quick. So, I look over and chat is like doom pilling medical. Like Star Citizen's getting rid of medical entirely. No more medical gameplay. It doesn't exist. Only regen. I do think that there's a couple of things they could do. One of the things I think that's a big one is reduce the fucking size more. Like I know 20k is not that big, but it is in your current build. 20k is a long distance. Yes, I know it's like 2 kilometers down for most, or like a kilometer plus down for most. No, it's probably only like a kilometer underground when you go into the bunkers, right? But yeah, no, the Nursa should and like tier 3 beds should only have about 2 kilometers, I think. No, I mean there's gonna be other things. Like I think the problem is that CIG's as usual, doing they said they wouldn't do, which is implementing something without the full feature set available. They're implementing regen with tier 3 beds without the balancing factor of goo. And they're balancing it with distance, which is like, that's not a balance though, because there's no roving bands of outlaws that will attack your vehicle. They can't even target your vehicle yet. That AI system isn't implemented in Star Citizen yet. There's really no threat to your vehicle as long as you take out the base defenses. And I agree. I don't think the change to respawn in tier 3 beds is a bad thing. I just think it needs to be balanced, and it currently isn't. So it kind of breaks the game. Hey, how's it doing, AJ? Yeah, the turrets. You can only respawn within 20 kilometers for a vehicle that will be exclusively used to drive up to bunkers or DCs and park 100 meters away from combat. Yeah, effectively. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, the combat engagement range is tiny. Like, if I'm going to use this, I'll park this thing, the NERSA, in front of a bunker, or even just like maybe a kilometer away from the bunker, because you can find a ridge a kilometer away so you don't get shot by the turrets, and then walk in and then do combat, and you're still only like less than 20 kilometers away. 20 kilometers is a huge amount for the engagement ranges that Star Citizen kind of goes at. You need more of you definitely need more of a shorter distance. I would say 2 to 5 kilometers would be my thing. There should be a situation where if I park my Ursa too far away from the bunker, I will not be able to regen. But which means it forces me to shoot the turrets, to disable the turrets so I have to get close enough so that it's within range. So that's a meaningful decision. Oh, now I have to shoot the turrets, which is difficult to do in a ship, in order for me to get close enough so that I can regen if I fuck up. But there's no tier 1 beds in game other than the stations, and I don't think they count for tier 1s. I don't deny that it's dumb, but if y'all think this is new, untested, unrevised features being added this stage of the game, development is going to be interrupted with the rule of the game, I really don't know what to say. I mean, there's a lot of people who have invested time and energy into medical gameplay and wanted to do medical. There's an entire organization that's pretty famous for doing this, the Med Runners. And this effectively ruins that loop for an entire patch cycle. That loop is dead, and there's no way of sugarcoating that. That is not me being hyperbolic. It is easy to look at the situation and go, there is going to be no call for this, because it's easier to get a medical vehicle, get it close, get it within respawn range, and then not have to worry about healing. Because yeah, you might get injured, but if you get injured, you just limp back to your vehicle, do the backspace express, and then you're fully healed, so you don't have to go to a hospital at all. So there's no consequences for tier 2 or tier 1 injuries, so they might as well not exist. There might be only slow you down because you're injured and dead. Those are going to be the only statuses in 3.23. Not if you limp back to your vehicle. Is what I'm saying, Coffee. Because if you have a tier 1 injury, right now you have to, or before this, you had to fly back to a station or a landing zone, check into a hospital or a clinic, and get it treated. Because only tier 1 beds would fix that. Now, if you are close enough for a regen, as long as you could limp back close to your vehicle, you could actually literally limp into your NERSA and then backspace. And then you immediately wake up on the bed right next to your dead body where you can collect all your gear. What does the Nursa optimize for? Yeah, it shortens your FPS failure loop, for sure. Injury zone now only exists between the point of harm and your Nursa. Yeah. Depending on a good limp, though, tier 1 injuries don't fuck you up that hard. Not in 3.23.1. They kind of suck, but it just extends. You instead of having to spend 30 minutes going back to a station, now you have to spend 5 minutes. Where normally, if you were healthy, it would take you 2. It's like it's so like when time is money in the game like Star Citizen, that's just it. I think CIG is well, see, and that's the thing, Anarcha-Ren. We had a conversation. This is been it was open out in the open. When okay, so I'm gonna frame it like this. A couple of weeks ago, when 3.23 first was in PTU, or when it was in like a wide open PTU, someone discovered on Reddit that all of the stations are labeled as tier 2 beds. And people were like, wait, so you can't regen at stations anymore because they're only tier 2? And the discussion I had was that when I saw this, I was like, oh yeah, people are finally discovering that all the stations beds are tier 2, not tier 1. And that means that, and as CIG said in their regen documents, that all stations have the ability to support regen. And all stations have tier 2 medical beds, which meant that the tier 1 medical bed was dead. And when I made that statement, a lot of people disagreed with me. So we had a discussion in my Discord about it, and Jake piped in and said, where did we say only tier 1 beds could regen? And that immediately set me off going, oh, they're changing this again. And we started discussing, and it became very clear that Jake didn't realize that the community had the assumption that tier 1 beds were the only beds that you could regen at. It's like, it doesn't matter if they explicitly said it or not, the community believes it. And they didn't know that community believed it. It was clear that there was a gap between their knowledge and of the community and the community's actual assumption. It was such a common belief that we've all just assumed it for years because it's either was explicitly stated in like a live stream somewhere and it just became part of the thing, or it was always implied and people went, oh, okay, that's the thing. They said that the Cutlass Red was never intended for regen. That's true, but they also, you know, were the question was like they didn't even realize that people had the assumption that tier 1 beds were the only ones that regen. The tier 3 beds had 0 range. Then you could drag a dead player to tier 3. They revive, and you have a tier 2 and tier 1 injuries. You need to be transported to tier 2 or tier 1 bed, or join the fight seriously crippled. I thought we knew tier 2 could regen. There were still a lot of people who thought that those were temporary. That the fact that the Carrack and the 890 could regen was a temporary fix, not a full blown. They never said that, but you know. Yes, they're tier 3. I know what you're saying. Yeah, that's and that is a change actually. And I don't know where CIG said they've always planned on tier 3 being in there, because that's a lie if they're saying that. If you could link me that to CIG's change, because it's definitely a change that tier 3 is that, because they did remove it from the Cutlass Red in the first place. But what I remember seeing with Tyler is he said regen was always the plan. I don't remember him saying that tier 3 was always the plan. He said regen was always the plan. So can you give me the quote of what they said, Anarcha, because how you doing, buddy? Welcome to a very, very tense discussion we've been having this entire time about the changes to medical and other things. But doing good. How you doing, Shadowkin? They said it. So they said it in ISC. Okay. I don't know, but the tier system like CIG established is not sustainable, like right now or in the future, or in the past. One discussion, we've had the same discussion 4 times and counting, and it's good. We've atomized this horse so much that we've gone back in time and killed its grandparents, but it's obviously a big one. We're gonna watch SCL. So if SCL they say that, where they're like, yeah, this is always the plan. Let me pull up the Cutlass Red. It'd also be helpful to see the where they said that tier 3 was always a temporary thing. Okay. Ambulances or tier 3 medical facilities can be found in medical ships such as the Cutlass Red. They can be used to stabilize patients and treat minor injuries. However, they cannot be used to revive someone from death. And that's a statement from 315, and that's the context it was made in. So that is a statement that wasn't the case. But the context of 315 being this is the context it's in, I can see that argument. However, it still implies that that's the plan. Because the context is at the very top. Sources now the team brings a new medical system complete with hospitals, injuries, and a plethora of medical drugs and tools. Learners will keep each of these new features and hope you'll properly equipped to face this update, which significantly ups the stakes from surviving the verse. Okay, yeah. So this definitely implies this, like, this is the plan going forward. All right. Yeah, if CIG explicitly says this was always the plan. Okay, I'm gonna start about 20 minutes in for this one. This is what I was gonna do.
We're on this. I'm gonna jump ahead. I want to get. It's still this topic. Let's move into the, the what's going on and why phase. For lack of a better term. Why do we decide what ships get, or why or how? I suppose how is actually, how do we decide what ships get made? We touched on some things. Obviously, it's there's got to be.
Nurser cuts down spawn times. 20 minutes to get back in the action just isn't sustainable. I think that's and that's just Stanton. Pyro's way bigger. I think marketing did exactly what they were told. No, marketing definitely went off script because that's not the message that you should be getting from it. The message that was given is Death of a Spaceman is dead. Now there's no penalties for injuries, which is not, and Death of a Spaceman is gone. Like that's not what the message was. Because if you look around, everyone is talking about all of the community managers are saying Death of a Spaceman still exists. It's still going to have penalties. There's still going to be consequences. The thing that they're doing in terms of the changing for Tier 3, it's definitely a change because they said they weren't going to have respawn in Tier 3. It's definitely a change, but if they're changing it, it's to do with improving gameplay flow. Because you're right, it's definitely a pain in the ass to try to respawn if you fuck up once halfway across the system. It's overtly punishing for the game they want to make, which is already going to be punishing. And there is balance mechanics. It's just the problem is they're implementing this change at a time before they have those balances in, like regen resources in a ship so that you can only regen a certain number of times. So you have to pay for that regen gel, which may cost a lot of money. So the choice to regen rather than going to a hospital is going to cost you more money than just going to a hospital. That's what it is.
Be using this, we got to make this ship, and it's in a brand, and we've got
Fishy. We're going to talk about it all night. Like I brought it up at the very beginning of the stream, and it's never died. It's going to be, people are absolutely panicked, and this proves just how badly CIG fucked up. If this is the topic that comes up 6 times in one night from different raids and everything else like that, this is not going away. This proves right away that CIG fucked up. That that marketing, that fucking commercial was a mistake. Because if it's being brought up in my fucking stream, I imagine it's on everyone's fucking comments forever. It's going to be like that for weeks.
We got one person free who knows this brand and is.
I know CIG's Source is a survival game. It's a light survival game, but yeah,
it's really great. But we've got 3 people free who know this brand and whatnot, so maybe that one gets prioritized because we can.
Welcome to my life, Fishy. It doesn't make slightly less annoying. Welcome to my fucking life, man. You know how many times I've had topics like this where like the answer is clear or kind of concise, and people just don't want to let it go because they're mad or scared or whatever. But
kick it out faster and then come to this. That's one consideration we've sort of just touched on, but let's start from the top here.
Yeah.
How do we decide what gets made?
This is my special kind of.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're all just gonna.
This is yours.
We're all gonna peace out.
This is yours.
So,
Yep.
We look at the schedule. Obviously, we know Star Citizen. We joke about internally. We have 6 quarterly patches that we do every year. We have the 4 quarterly patches, Invictus and IE, and we always deliver at least one.
I know we're not going to get to that point. I mean, I'll jump to that point just so we can talk about it if that's the issue. But I wanted to watch the whole thing because everyone's saying you have to watch the whole thing. So it's like, okay, I'll watch the whole thing.
From the chat, we've had a couple questions about the med bed respawning. As far as, let me just rephrase this a little bit here. It says, did you change the med bed respawning just to sell more nurses? David, I'm gonna take this one because this one actually isn't some for you. Let's do Space Dad Light. Do we have Space Dad Light?
Space.
There we go. Hi everybody. Space Dad here.
Hi Space Dad.
The question: did you change med bed respawning just to sell more nurses? I went and talked to design director for Squadron 42 in the Precision Universe, Rick Porter. He was on the last Star Citizen Live. You met him along with Rick and Rich and JJ. They were the makers of the original medbed spawning system back when they were just on the actor feature team. Back then, which is about 4 years ago, their intention was for all medbeds to allow spawning, and just for some to be at this distance and some to be at this distance. That was
Death and regeneration. After a player dies, they will now regenerate in a medical bed instead of a hab bed. By default, the player will regenerate in a hospital at their primary location, set via the front end at the time of the first of the game. A player may set up a different regeneration by visiting any Tier 1 or Tier facility, hospital or clinic or vehicle, and navigating the UI to the medical bed. Medical bed's end screen or dedicated regeneration terminal. A player may reset their regeneration viewpoint at a primary residence via the same screens. If a player's set regeneration location is not available at the time of death, e.g. the ship is out of range, logged out, or destroyed, the player will respawn to their primary residence instead of set the okay. That's not just a one-off either. Do I have to bring the fucking receipts, Jared? Because I will. Please don't lie to people. Whoever you were talking to, the person, that's great if they were intending for this, but we can't read minds. This is why people are panicking. Because y'all need to fucking, own up that you fucked up. Ambulances or Tier 3 medical facilities can be found in medical ships in Cutlass Red. They can be used to stabilize patients and treat minor injuries. However, they cannot be used to revive someone from death. That's twice. There are two different references in 3.15 when the medical system was first introduced that Tier 3 was not supposed to be regen. Please be more upfront and open, and don't hide behind what plans are that you never shared with the community. When the thing you shared with the community clearly says that Tier 3 was not intended. That's insulting. It's insulting to anyone who can look up stuff. Please. Tier 3 is regen, but could revive. Yeah, if you're downed. If you're a down state, yeah.
Was their original intent. It didn't get in at the time because of this, that, or the other thing. It was 4 years ago. But now that they're gone to Squadron and they're back and they're now overseeing the development of the Precision Universe, it was one of the first things they wanted to bring back. And thus, they did. Now, obviously, like anything else that goes into the Precision Universe, it'll be tested. It'll receive a whole bunch of feedback. It'll be adjusted as necessary. Maybe 50 and 20 is too long. Maybe it's too short. Maybe it needs to be 70 and 30. Maybe it needs to be 30 and 10. And well, it's a thing just like anything else that'll be adjusted. But the one thing that they really wanted me to remind you of is Death of a Spaceman. Death of a Spaceman is coming. I'm not going to sit here and say when, just otherwise to say that it's a lot closer now than it ever was at any point in the history of our development. And Death of a Spaceman will introduce.
See what I mean, AJ? You see what I fucking mean? That's why I was so pissed. It's like, who the fuck, this is fucking stupid. It's absolutely stupid because what Jared's just saying is also countering this. That video was released 5 fucking minutes after Jared finished talking about this. That's what it's infuriating. Like, that's why that video is infuriating. So whenever I hear people go like, "Oh, well, you're being over," I'm not. This is intentionally confusing and it's bad.
Host of difficulties and challenges and detriments to your character should you choose to respawn over and over and over again. So looking at it through the context of Star Citizen today is of course natural and proper, and you absolutely should. And a lot of that feedback that we're seeing is because of how they're looking through it through the lens of Star Citizen today. But they are making decisions, laying the ground.
And based off of things you've told us repeatedly over the course of the last 10 years. Do not pretend that this was always the plan when you didn't tell us the plan ahead of time, because that makes it feel like you're just changing the plans to change things. I understand that statement as well is kind of condescending. I'm sorry, Jared. That's kind of condescending considering the information we have at hand.
Groundwork for Star Citizen of tomorrow and the day after and the day after. So remember Death of a Spaceman. You can still read an excellent write-up of it on the website. It's still pretty accurate. I think we're about due for an update. Actually, I'll talk to Rick about that and what the current intention of design for that is. I mean, we do have a big CitizenCon event. Maybe we'll do it. That's not a promise. That's literally just me thinking off the top of the head. That might be a good topic for there. But yeah, keep that in mind, and that's coming. That's on its way. If that affects your purchase, if you don't want, just consent. Know that that's on its way before you buy, and enjoy getting back into the fight even quicker and more consequence-free for the time being. But that change is coming, so remember that. All right, let's do that.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm gonna go back to where we were before to kind of talk a little bit about that. But yeah. Ship commercials will always exist to sell ships and not be precise in what the gameplay is, for better or for worse. Then they need to change fucking ship commercials, because this is adding fucking. There was already a fire. This was before that ship commercial came out. There were already accusations that CIG was changing gameplay to sell vehicles, and while I don't think that was the case, I don't think that was ever the case. There's definitely some merit to the discussion, because what it looks like is bad. It's already kind of bad with the optics. And then marketing has to go and set those optics on fire and throw them off a cliff. And this is nothing to do with if the CIG actually intends things, or I'm sure there's lots of things behind the scenes, but because we are not privileged to these discussions and these design documents, we don't know any of this. We can only use what information we have. And if the information we have is wrong and has always been wrong and you didn't correct us, it is your onus to correct that and not be say that this was always the plan when, in our perspective, it was never the plan. I do not think it's malicious. I'll say that. I don't think it's malicious. There's the old adage, never account maliciousness to what can be chalked up to stupidity. That's what this is. This is a fuck up on CIG's part. It's a pretty big fuck up. And I do think that CIG needs to eat a lot of crow. I do think they need to backstep, and I think they need to stop firefighting and start admitting that they fucked up and change things, because if they don't, they're going to run smack dab into hover mode territory. Where I know everyone's like, CIG's always like, please try it out, give us feedback. But, people will just do the bare minimum and already made up their minds. And then CIG will be the berate. They'll get nothing but harassment from their own community. And when the articles inevitably, probably on Monday, start showing up about CIG changing a gameplay method to sell ships, and the community going, yeah, that's what it feels like, that's what it looks like, then CIG doesn't have white knights to come save them. It's a forced error that didn't need to happen because it's like, why? It's like it's such a weird thing to see CIG actively fuck itself over like this. Never attribute malice what can be explained by incompetence. Yeah. See, and that's the thing, Dark Spike. What should have been a discussion about the changing of improving a mechanic to make people's lives easier in a very complicated game that has already a lot of fuck-ups in terms of like gameplay elements. There's a lot of mistakes that can be made. And what they're trying to do is make life easier for your average player so that you don't have as many problems of having to travel across the system because you made one misstep. And that's well within the realm of what CIG was trying to do with trying to make a game that is punishing, but isn't like torture. And they're trying to improve this. It's a balanced mechanic. They're working through it. I see what they're doing. But instead of having a discussion about that, it's rightly so seeing all of the features, all of the things that are saying CIG is, fucking up the game to sell more ships and entirely throwing away core elements and claiming it was always the plan. That shit is not good. That shit looks awful. Anyways, we're going to move on to that.
Sorts itself out. Once you put a few, it's like doing a big jigsaw puzzle. You go around the edges. Well, I do go around the edges. And then you know where you're going from there. So once you put a few of the big pieces in play, you don't really have a lot of options.
So it dictates the rest.
Yeah. And then we go through that with Chris and Rich, and they go, actually, no, we don't want you to do this cap ship here. We want it here instead. That changes the order.
The only way I can see to firefight this is just to lay out what the master plan is in detail. And the way to firefight this was to remove that fucking commercial. They should have fucking taken that down hours ago. Because they knew that was misrepresenting what they were doing. That's why they were firefighting. But instead of taking down the fucking commercial, they're leaving it up there to spread. Like, what the fuck? Do you want the wrath of the community to continue to ruin your own reputation in a time period where you should be celebrating your biggest release? Who the fuck is making these decisions? Sorry in there, bro. Without bothering Paul. No, you're good. We've been discussing the medical changes and how basically in the last 24 hours, CIG has gone from going, we're changing things, but we're trying to improve the experience, and, kind of controversial about, should tier 3 beds have medical regen and like, oh, well, I can see there's a future. And like, there was a good gameplay discussion to CIG lighting themselves on fire and dancing around screaming, "You're all morons." Like CIG basically handed a fully loaded pistol to the people who hate CIG and told them to shoot them. Exactly. Yeah. If it's not intended, why is it still viewable? But it's clear by their statements that they've made since the video came out that it's not intended. So it's like, why? Where is this? But they won't come out with the full, like, I know what you're saying, though. They should just lay out in the plate what exactly are your plans. But by doing so, they're locking themselves into plans that they're going to have to change when they want to change things. That is honestly the best route, in my opinion, is, listen, this is already a clusterfuck. We'll just tell you exactly what we're thinking, but this is not final. We might change some things here and there, and that's why we need your feedback for this situation. That would improve a lot. And even if people were saying, "But you promised," you could say, yeah, they were very clear on this is the idea that we're working with, and things might change. But CIG is hesitant to do that because they know that that all they have to do is get misquoted by a magazine, and now suddenly people are making death threats to the fucking people who made that statement, because there are some unhinged motherfuckers in this community who will do that kind of shit. Yeah, they used to share design docs with us all the time, and they stopped because people put those as promises. They started carving that into fucking stone and saying this is exactly what CIG is doing, and they took offhanded comments by Chris Roberts as to mean that there's going to be Tavaran Kung Fu, and people like lost their minds about it.
Or no, we don't actually want that there. We want 2 other things. So it's a lot of iteration, and it sort of boils down to we have chunks of time, a finite amount of people. Like we could put everyone on capital ships, and then you'd perhaps get 2 or 3 a year globally, and then we've got patches without anything.
2 or 3 ships, period.
Yeah. And we're just talking about new ships as well. I think we're going to talk about this more in a bit as well. 4.0 has a huge amount of support that the vehicle team needs to deliver. So we have to factor that in as well. We can't just go all new ships all the time. We have to work with those other teams. Like the gameplay teams we talked about, they might be coming online with a feature like base building. We need to support that as well. So it's sort of a balance.
That one always often dictates like what we have to put into the schedule, because if it, random example, like when salvage came online, we needed vehicles that can support salvage, so we have to make sure that we can have a vehicle ready to go with that gameplay as it comes online with mining. And
so, but also with that, like, it's not just doing the salvage vehicle, it's the fact that we needed to do a pass on every vehicle in game.
I'm going to put a hard cap on this because as Fishy has pointed out, we just constantly get derailed with this. The last thing I will say is, we'll stop talking about this damn thing. We can bring it up later, but not today. We're done. I'm exhausted from this discussion because we're circling the same tree over and over again. While this is bad, it's not irrecoverable. They can fix they can fix it, and this isn't going to kind of ruin the game forever. It's just a self error, which should be what I hope CIG will learn from. Because what concerns me is that this is the same marketing team who's going to be in charge of Squadron. Squadron, which is super important for CIG because it's how they're going to make money to continue to make Star Citizen and future versions of Squadron 42. And marketing is how you get people who don't already have the buy-in for the universe to buy in. And if you make this sort of error, the only thing that flashes to my mind is Microsoft shutting down 2 studios and Sony fucking up the Helldivers 2, blocking people who don't have PSN access for Helldivers 2. Completely self-created failures, like self-owns that have demoralized or kind of reduced their image in the communities to such a degree that no one will trust them or won't trust them. It'll take years for them to build back trust. Yeah, and Squadron 42 is a make or break for CIG. It can't be put into the hands of a team that fumbles this hard with an easy pass. So either this team needs to get with the fucking program fairly quickly, or CIG needs to start having discussions about who is in charge of their marketing. And that sounds extreme, but anyone who has done read copy or done any sort of advertisement work, knowing what we see and then seeing that and seeing the disconnect between the message and the message of the commercial and the message CIG is trying to get across can tell you this is disconcerting. This is 101 level shit that they should have reined in their creativity a little bit and focused more on what the message should be rather than doing a cool advertisement. And I get rule of cool is important in CIG, but you can rule of cool yourself into some stupid situations, and that's what this is. And with that, no more discussion. Don't even bring it up. I don't want to see it. You will get a hour-long ban if you bring it up because it is making this live stream unwatchable at times. Thank you.
To get them to support that feature.
To be salvageable.
Yeah, salvageable. And even like little things like, oh, we want to, add fire extinguishers. And you're like, okay, cool, that's easy, right? Like, our ships are big. And it's like, well, it's easy on some stuff. It's not easy on others. And if you think, like, we've got I think we were doing something the other day. We were looking at, spend a month on each ship, and you're like, okay, that's one person for like 16 years. It's a lot of work, right? Or 16 people for 1 year. But again, that's
then you get nothing else.
You get nothing else. So I think even like little features, when you're talking at the scale of the game we've got, it does become like quite a challenge to play that kind of Jenga of stuff. Which is why we.
Kidding, man. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. It's just been a discussion that's been looping. So. I just want to keep moving. I want to move on.
We try and fit these things in. Say, there's a pocket of time here that's got 2 months on someone that could be used for a small ground vehicle, or we could actually tick off support for 3 other features that are coming in,
right.
And that gets more gameplay. So,
and you've been saying features a lot. Zealeth Gamer in the chat, hi Zealeth Gamer, says we won't have anything. A capital ship would be a huge feature. Not really. A capital ship is not a feature. That's a big, giant piece of art. It uses game features.
Yeah, and it delivers
network
interesting gameplay.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even just like, although it is a huge piece of content, it isn't a feature. And the thing that will make the capital ship engaging is all different features, but we can't easily implement a whole new feature that's meaningful and impactful on only one vehicle, because realistically, for it to work, there's going to be things that are going to affect all the other vehicles as well. So
we saw this with weapon racks becoming standards in all new ships. Yeah, I mean, AJ, we could bring up the Reclaimer. The Reclaimer is the poster child for CIG. Foresight with CIG. CIG shouldn't be making ships that don't have features yet. Which is why I'm okay with them not making a bunch of capital ships, because it's like there's so many features that they don't know about that they're going to do with capital ships that they just need to have those features in first before they start making them.
So resource network is a random example. To make resource work, we can't just say, well, this one ship has it. It's a big, huge system, and to get that to actually work across the board on everything, we need to do at least a base level support across everything, which is a huge amount of work. But if we want that feature and everything that comes with it, we have to go back and adjust and alter all the existing ships to at least work to function with the feature.
And that's not to say that we're not punting all capital ships down the line. Wait till we get to the end. We'll have something for you, I promise. But it's important to remember that you guys don't make the gameplay features, so we were guilty. We've talked about this before, so I'm not admitting anything we haven't admitted. We have been guilty in the past of kicking vehicles out that don't have gameplay.
Yeah, the Reclaimer.
It's like well, here it is, because it was art complete.
Yeah.
Because you could technically fly it around, and it's like, well, we didn't want to sit.
You made that statement that you didn't want to do it, and then you released the fucking raft, which still doesn't have its features. Like, come on.
On it, but we didn't have gameplay with it, and that didn't build a good experience. I'm not going to say we have learned a lot over the 12 years of our development. That was one of the lessons I think we learned kind of the hard way. As we kicked out ships that were gorgeous and they were designed well, they didn't do anything.
The Cutter Scout was released last year and it has no functionality. Like, what are you talking about? We learned this lesson. You haven't learned a lesson.
Because the relevant gameplay system wasn't there. So as part of this calculus of figuring out what ships we make.
And the SRV is usable. The SRV is a towing vehicle, and it can tow things, and that's what it does. It's the fact that the SRV's main purpose of towing something so it can get fixed isn't in the game. That's the problem.
And when there's also that, well, what can the gameplay teams give us at that? Can they support this ship with their schedule and their requirements? And if they can't, well, okay, maybe that ship doesn't get made this year, it gets made the next year and stuff like this. So there's all those things you said in the calculus. It's a very complex system of moving parts and finding windows and priority.
Yeah, definitely, it's a technically thing. The raft cargo is in the game, so technically the raft can work. But like, the reality is the raft actually can't work, because now that the game is approached the point where the raft should be able to work, it doesn't work, because they didn't build it with the functionality of 32 SCU cargo crates as it works now in game. They had to wait until the 32 SCU cargo crates were even in, and it still doesn't work because the crane system that it's supposed to work doesn't work either. they may come into the same situations where they figure out how scanning is going to work, and then they look at the Cutter Scout and go, well, fuck, we have to do something different because we had to change this. You just got to laugh sometimes at these things.
And that's my next question, is priorities. So
I'm really not negative about the future of Star Citizen, y'all. Like, I'm coming across super negative here and super mad. I'm not mad. I'm not even mad at CIG. I'm just more... Face dead myself. Okay, here, hold on. I know what to do. Hey, CIG. Come here, sport. Take a seat. Dad wants to talk to you for a moment. So I know you're really excited about the project you're working on. You're doing a good job. There's a lot of great things you're doing. But I gotta say, I'm disappointed. I expect better from you. Especially lying to my face like that. It's not cool. It's not what good people do. All right? So, it's all right, sport. Learn your lesson, improve yourself, and get back out there and give it your best. But I'm still just disappointed in you. I expect better. Is that patronizing enough for y'all?
Over the years, I think the priority, I've seen the priorities of the entire game change. You know,
Kadiak, I literally am not like super negative at Star Citizen or anything like that. There's lots of things to be happy about and proud about the CIG's done, and there's lots of exciting things to happen. It just sucks that this thing happens. It's like, fuck me.
One year, this is the most important thing, and the next year, that's the most important.
Don't worry about it. Honestly, Sam, at this point, we're just moving past it because we just kind of go through that
thing. And so like that, we read the same Reddit, we read we watch the same YouTube videos, we look at the same Twitch streams.
If you watch this, I'm sorry, Jared. I'm sorry.
See the things and go, oh, and we go, okay, no, that was a third priority, but really, I'm looking at this, I'm seeing it in action, that needs to become second priority or first priority, and we change. Right now in this minute, knowing that this could change Monday morning, what is the priority for the ship team? For the ship team, so what are you wanting to do?
I mean, I think that varies depending on which department you ask. Because, like, from a designer perspective, our number one priority is to make sure that the ship makes sense from a flow and navigation point of view, and that it functions, and all the features inside the ship that are currently available to function. So if there's a gameplay loop or there's content that should work in it, they do work. That's our priority. That's our number one. And to make sure that when you look at the ship, it makes sense for it to be that way. But that's not Art's priority. They have a different set of priorities for what we do, and it'll be the same for Tech Art. They depending on the department, depends on what your number one priority is. And John's will be completely different again, because you're more about the bigger picture rather than...
Bigger picture, so the vehicle team exists, like, vehicles are the heroes of this game. Like, that's the best analogy that people keep saying, like...
Anarcho, let me ride in on a white horse real quickly and say, everyone's ISC is their first ISC, or SCL is first SCL, and not everyone watches everything like we do. And so if someone was to first watch this as, you know, a new backer, they'd learn a lot about how CIG makes ships, and how they make ships has changed over the years. So like it's information. It's just not information for people like you and I who've heard this 1,000 times before.
In other games, you have your hero characters, sort of ships are those for Star Citizen, I feel, in that everyone's got their favorite.
This will be forgotten by the end of the month. With 3.23.2 will release whatever concept ship is coming out for Drake Defense Con comes out. People will forget about this overnight. But for right now, CIG can get the heat. They can take it, and hopefully, if things are good, they make corrections towards the right direction. And I have faith that they will. But you know, CIG needs to eat crow sometimes, and this is crow eating time.
They're there to do mechanics. So for the vehicle team, it's delivering content that supports those mechanics, whether it's updating existing mechanics like we talked about before, adding in salvage, and refueling was another one that was, there's no point just putting a refuel port on just one ship for the Starfire. We need to do it on all of them, and that takes time. And working with those other gameplay teams to go like, hey, patch, the quarter 2 patch is going to bring this feature online, so we need to update ships with that. Q3 is going to be this, Q4 is going to be this, Q1 next year is going to be this, Q2 next year is going to be this. And sort of.
I gotta admit, these chaps have remixed. To be fair, John has been in and out of the hospital multiple times in the last couple months or so, so I can imagine that. But yeah, they're programmers. Have you ever met a programmer or a software engineer that doesn't abuse caffeine and have giant circles under their eyes? Because I sure haven't.
Getting away from what we did in the past, like you mentioned, of just punting the ships out just because they were done, and working with the other teams to sort of, it's great seeing a ship out there, it's better seeing it out there doing the job it was supposed to do.
Where on the list of priorities would you place wee-woo lights, Ben Curtis?
Should I delegate that question to Corey?
Yeah, probably.
Wee-woo lights were they weren't going to stop it going out. So
You're on about the lack of wee-woo lights on the medevac, right?
Yeah. But
you said it, not me.
So I was pro wee-woo lights.
I think we were all pro wee-woo lights.
The schedule was not.
However, I have read some feedback on the discussions over this, and I'm maybe thinking that if we were to do them, we certainly need a better way of controlling them, because I believe that they can be a little bit intrusive if you're trying to be.
Anyone who's seen the Cutlass Red has a problem. They need to have a difference between the wee-woo lights and the lights. It needs to be a separate button. That's all. But also add sound, please. I want to have give me a sweet European siren, ambulance siren. All right. None of this the American stuff is just it's piercing and painful. I like the boo 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 boo. It's a lot more soothing, and it still tells you you're here, but it's like, hey, I'm here. John is an AID pig model. I don't remember what happened, but there was an issue where he had to go to a hospital in the US, and then I think he got hit in the face by something. Like it was like an accident or something like that hit him, and this kind of stuff. So
maybe a little bit more stealthy.
That's the goddamn point, man.
Yeah, I know.
You want people to see your wee-woo lights. That's why you have wee-woo lights.
Yeah, but if you need to put your headlights on so you can see where you're going.
That just use your wee-woo lights. They let you see even better.
Okay. No, they don't.
There was mixed feedback what I was reading. But no, I wanted them.
You show me who says that other stuff.
All right.
I'll stop your mixed feedback.
Okay.
Yeah.
They'll never speak about anything ever again.
To be clear, we wanted to put them on. It was
Jared
just
got hit by a car
a
too,
schedule thing.
Yeah, it's a matter of time. Like we needed to get the ship out.
Are you going on record that it will get wee-woo lights at some point?
Do it Dan McCabe and promise the Carrick blast.
Yeah, just
Dan's mistakes. And
after Dan does the Carrick blast shield.
Yeah, after Dan does the Carrick, the blast shield.
100%. We need the scramble. We need a scramble siren. We need an alert siren for sure. A classic klaxon, baby.
I think everyone wants them to have wee-woo lights.
Yeah. We want it to have wee-woo lights.
To be honest, I think
the team wants it to have wee-woo lights.
Okay. These wee-woo lights. Hold on. I want this. That's a lot more soothing than this. Maybe it's because I live in America, but that's intense. I hate that sound.
The exterior needs a bit of a pass anyway, with things like damage and so on as well. Yeah, like there was a couple of things that we wanted to get into it that we didn't quite manage to get in time.
Well,
we only had one guy working on it, and it was sort of his first project as well.
So instead of the sirens, what we need is a is this.
Warning. Life support failure on all decks. Abandoned ship.
Actually, and I wouldn't mind the drrrt, drrrt. It's not this. Oh no, maybe this. This. Give me this, CIG. This is the ambulance woo-woo.
So, you know.
Okay. Well, it's what happens when we do variants of older vehicles. So, like, obviously to release the vehicle with a new feature, because obviously you've been getting asked for the Medivac for years.
Yeah.
We found a slot where we could get something in to do it, but we didn't have a slot big enough to completely gold standard the base Ursa, because that's what it is. It's a variant of the base Ursa, so that's why the front is still the old style dashboard.
You want listen. Nobody wants this. I think this is cool, and I do want this in game, but I want it to be like an actual like defense siren. This is good, but this is something you do as like a hiding. This is creepy, and like this is the sound that I associate with like Godzilla movies, you know. That's great. Yeah, like planetary weather or an invasion or something like that, you know?
New and updated like the Lynx's is. It's we have so much time and we get as much done in that time as.
Yeah, this is actually a tornado siren in the U.S. Like where I am in the U.S. too, that's the tornado siren. So
we can, but at some point it's a case of either nothing goes in that slot or something else goes in that slot, and it was a case of we could get what we did get in, but not.
That going off in the distribution center would be great. I think it'd be great for a raid sound. Like when you're going in and like say they trip an alarm, like that goes off. Yeah, that's gonna add such good ambience to the whole thing. That combined with a good like a heavy battle sound. Yes. Because I'm a big fan of adding like sirens like that to intense cinematic music, because it just adds a layer of ambience and tension to something like that. So
not everything that we want. We would have loved to do a full gold standard on the Ursa, but that isn't the time slot that we had. And if we did do a full gold standard on the Ursa, we definitely wouldn't have had time to do the Medivac. So it's just about seeing what we have time to fit in the slots that we have.
And you know, I don't want the lack of wee lights to distract from how good a job Paddy did on the.
Oh, it's really cool.
Yeah. Like he smashed it. He absolutely smashed it. So yeah, there was a few things we missed off, but hopefully people will appreciate what was included.
Yeah.
I mean, let me go on record as saying I'm having fun with the guys here, but I mean, it's a great addition. We'll you know, with the medbed changes and everything and so like that, we'll talk about it in a little bit. But yeah, it's just you know I'm American. I want butter and syrup on my pancakes.
We did put space to put your medical tool.
I saw that. That was cool. When the gameplay guys got that, they literally were like, "Oh, cool."
Yeah. So. We're learning.
I'm just sad we didn't get a chance to do the NHS ambulance skin on it.
I love that skin.
Yeah. Did anyone know we never released the NHS?
I love the blue. No. They did that for the Pisces as the NHS ambulance, right? The blue one. I love the blue skin for the Pisces. It's great.
Skin, did we? Oh,
that was the only time I was really been scared for my job.
Well, I mean, I'm from America. If we run away from ambulances because ambulance comes at you, you're gonna go broke. So it's like, no, stay away.
I know that story.
Yeah, you do. All right, so.
Oh, it's yellow.
Last point on this topic
of
why certain vehicles get made. Let me drill down specifically to one caveat. I want to ask the question because we see it everywhere. Why do sometimes we choose a new vehicle? Yeah,
John did tweet his ambulance ride bill. For those of you who are not from the U.S., do not get an ambulance if you're here. You will go broke. It is like $4,000 to get an ambulance. It is cheaper to hire an Uber to take your bleeding ass to a hospital than it is to get an ambulance. Unless you are literally dying, do not get an ambulance. Good night, Indo. Yeah, it's like 1100K.
Vehicle over something from the backlog.
A lot of time, it does generally come down to size and like scope, and it's
gameplay as well.
It's gameplay as well. A lot of the new vehicles come with new or updated gameplay, and it's a lot more time.
Yeah, the Ursa is great. The Nursa is a fantastic design. Someone's posted a concept distribution center where the fungal parasite creates zombies acting with a hive intelligence. Your team has to go in. If it fails, a new mission spawn for an A2 bombing run where you have to. Oh, that'd even better. A time element. There's a biological contaminant that's been broken out into in a distribution center where you have to go in and clear it out or plant a bomb or something like that. And if you don't, you have until this time, and then they're going to do an A2 like a bombing run. We'll spawn and start bombing the area to seal the area off. Time, you got time, baby. You got to do this.
Time efficient to do that in a new vehicle than it is to go look at one of the old backlog ones, which probably at this point needs a concept pass as well. Concepts are another finite resource that we need to manage. Not that we want to never do those backlog ships, we do. They just come with a larger cost than all the things we've learned over these years.
Originally designed with older metrics, with older ideas, older processes.
Well, look at the Carrack as a prime example, right? The original concept, the interior did not fit inside the ship. To try and get everything inside that ship, it was never going to happen. So we either cut scope on the ship or
we had to take it
increased
back
size.
to concept.
Yeah. So it had to go back to concept, but then the concept artists have a situation where they're trying to preserve the old ship while also add everything that's needed, and it is arguably more difficult than doing a fresh concept, and we do want to get the vehicles out with the new features, the small gameplay loops, and it's not that they're never going to get done, but certain time boxes, especially if a gameplay team says, we're going to have this feature ready for this quarter, we want to try and have the vehicle ready to go, a vehicle to go out with that feature.
Yeah,
exactly.
a lot of the older vehicles do have gameplay ties now. Like we sort of got through that backlog of ones that don't have gameplay tied to them. So things like the Starliner, yes, we could do it,
but there'd be nothing to do.
There'd be nothing to do. We don't have VIP transport, or it's not VIP. We don't have transport missions. We don't really have NPCs getting on and off our ships. So again, we'd do it, spend a bunch of time on it, and if the gameplay team hasn't done their work, it's sort of...
Or if it's just not a priority for them.
Well,
Although if it changes...
Server meshing or doing Starliner.
Well, my understanding from reading social media is that marketing just tells you what you have to do.
Marketing certainly have a say in what they would like, but at the end of the day, it comes down to Chris, Rich, myself, balancing that with what's best for the game.
How fortuitous. Again, I have, for those of you who don't know me, hi. My name's Paul. I've been a backer of Star Citizen for a long time, been making content for a very long time for Star Citizen. And as a result, I've run into a lot of people. And a lot of people who were in my chat at one point eventually made their way into becoming employees at CIG. A lot of people, to the point where it's a kind of a joke where, you know, if you're in chat, you're a future CIG employee. This is like one of those, like CIG must check the fucking, the chat logs to see if they've been in my goddamn chat sometimes. But as a result, and CIG's hired a lot of community members, to be fair. So as a result, I've gotten to know a lot of people over the years who ended up working at CIG, and I've talked with them about many different things, life, you know, changes in their own behavior and their own patterns, and you know, things like that. And sometimes CIG's, where their work at CIG comes up, sometimes I'll ask them, hey, how much does this happen? And they all told me the same thing, which is marketing doesn't really have that much of a sway over things. They don't have that kind of power that people give them. And what John's alluding to in terms of like marketing having a say is almost certainly marketing going, how the fuck are we going to sell this? is this even viable as an option? Rather than we want this because it'll sell better kind of thing. But well, I have worked with CIG, just not for CIG at this point. Unpaid, exactly. I'm a therapist. Sometimes tells me I might be needed. Because if CIG has the how does a world where marketing controls CIG explain why the Rock DS exists? That makes no sense. How can marketing both control the company and also the Rock DS having being a thing? The Redeemer having won over other better ships.
Opinions.
That's right. I'm realizing there's absolutely nothing I can say here that'll change anybody else's mind, so we'll just move on.
He's right.
Let's see. We talked about how there's a disconnect between the disconnect that
the steel, the existence of the steel, proves that marketing does not have the power you think it does.
Sometimes exists between the ship and the ship features. So like that, I don't think we need to relitigate that. Let's talk about variants. So with the...
Do you not know who Summit is? Summit is a huge content creator. He's one of the OGs of Twitch. He's been around in Star Citizen recently, but he's been around Twitch since the beginning of the platform. He's he's just a big name in streaming and Twitch. So him playing Star Citizen a lot recently, which has been cool.
The Firebird and the NERSA. Do you like it when it's called the NERSA?
I love it. Only heard about that recently. I wish we'd figured it out during the actual development, because we always nickname ships when they're going through development just because it happens organically with the team. We never came up with NERSA, and I love it. I wish we'd figured it out.
Okay. So the Firebird and the NERSA are both variants of existing vehicles. Like I said, I've been here a decade now. I think occasionally we go back. Occasionally.
They keep saying Firebird. What is this Firebird? Is this the lava chicken?
Like the Masters of Flight series, when we did 4 new variants of existing ships and stuff. Sometimes we go back, but we haven't a lot in the past. You know, it's a lot of our time and effort has been focused on either finishing up the backlog or creating new things for new game features and stuff. We don't always.
I know what it is. I'm joking. I'm calling it the lava chicken because I called it the lava goose at one point. Everyone got confused, so I'm just like, it's the lava goose. It will never be the Firebird to me. It will always be the lava goose.
Just look at what we have and be like, you know, if we tweak this and tweak this and tweak this, we could get...
See, no one gets the joke. I don't care. Execute. I don't care. I'm still going to make it because it's funny to me. And that's all that matters.
Get another purpose out of it. With the Firebird and the NERSA here, is this a turning point for that? Are we now looking to make more variants, to go back to look? Is this just a coincidence and I shouldn't make anything of it?
I think it's mixed really, because as we've already kind of spoken quite a lot about, is about, you know, that schedule Jenga that you've got to play to try and get, or Tetris you've got to try and play to get things to work together. It does tie into also bringing ships up to our kind of current standard as well, because a lot of the time that going back and revisiting other ships to bring them up to kind of the current standard, it's not a short amount of time. It's not a short amount of investment that goes into it. The Retaliator is an example. You know, a lot of things have changed since that ship was made, and we keep internally we're like, oh, it's like an onion. Like you take one layer off, you're like, oh, wait, no, we need to do. Oh, okay, that layer comes off, and you're like, oh, no, that means we need to do that. And like, you know, before you know it, you're kind of almost back to square one. But you're trying to.
It's the same with the whole sea.
Yeah.
We had to limit what we did because then you started noticing more.
Yeah, and it's about like
restoring an old car.
Yeah, but you want to retain. Some of its original character as well. You don't want to go in there and make a Mark II. Mm-hmm. You want to kind of like build on it. But sorry, with the variants, you know, if we're bringing stuff up to current standards and we're making a variant at the same time, it becomes a little bit easier because you're kind of like
you get more from the same work.
Yeah, like I think you were saying earlier that when people have got into that particular zone for that particular vehicle or art style, or whatever it is, it's quicker or
you're already there in the files, in the guts of it. It's not too much extra work to sprinkle some extra art time on it, right?
Yeah.
I don't care if I'm coining it or not, Luna. I'm still going to say it.
Yeah, so I think we are getting a little bit more for our money by doing it that way. I don't think we quite often kind of we'll see a post or we'll be chatting and we'll be like, it'd be great if we did, I want to do a
Crusader Jalopy. Giuseppe.
Taco truck. Taco truck. Taco truck.
Yeah, or
I love how it's now
cut a bounty hunter ship or whatever it is. There's lots of things that we talk around between ourselves because we're like, that'd be super cool. And sometimes those things are like, actually, that'd be super cool, and it fits. And sometimes it's, that'd be super cool. We'll put it in the bank of ideas that we could do when we get time, when we get to it. But it's a big balancing act between what the game needs, what we want to do as a team, and what we're asked to do from other departments.
Variants are a great sort of new starter task as well as their first real meaty project. We talked about this briefly at CitizenCon that we had lost a lot of people from the team over the last year, and we've been rebuilding. So Montreal was their first task with the 2 cutter variants. The Nurser was someone's first project. Mm-hmm. Same for the Firebird, and then there will be more. And again, they're great things too. Here's an existing ship. You can see how it all works. We want you to change X, Y, Z. You get to see the whole process, get something out the door, and then you're ready for the next big thing start to finish. So Montreal did the cutters and then went on to the Zeuses. So the Zeuses will be their first full start to finish, but they ramped up with the cutters.
No, that's another great point that we didn't even include in the how do we decide what ships. The idea that you can, a variant is a great starter task for a new artist and stuff.
I would just add to that it's great when the ship's sort of fairly up to date. It's the gold standard passes tend to require a significant amount of sort of weird CIG knowledge, I guess I would call it. You need a lot of understanding of how our systems work.
CIG knowledge.
Weird CIG knowledge, just understanding really the in-depth, stuff of a ship, and how to take it apart and put it back together, right?
And you're right. That's definitely been a problem that CIG has. It's something I've actually heard brought up by CIG employees a couple times, that most of their team members solid. They usually have most of their team is long-term, multi-year employees, but for some fucking reason, their ship team just constantly churns through new designers. And I think it's because the CIG makes money off of ships. So if you are a company looking at CIG and going, hey, we need to make money. Who are the people who makes money for that game that makes $600 million? Star Citizen, it's the ship designers. I go, let's go poach some of those people because we could probably use some of their skills if whatever they're doing to make us money. Or the modeling and other things like that is a really in-demand job that a lot of people want. I can also imagine that it's just hard to work at CIG with the ship team because there's a lot of pressure and time consumes. I don't know why the whole deal is, but it's definitely something that's happened up until recently. I would say in the last 2 years, they've really built a more solid foundation for their ship team.
Newer stuff, you've got a fresh start, I guess, or you've got at least something more kind of tidy to work with, or more up to date with our current standards. So you're kind of building upon something that's already quite polished. Whereas if you're taking something that's quite old, the standards have changed, the way we do things have changed.
Plus demand for TV and movies for ship designers. There's more than just video games for those sorts of designs too.
And you kind of have to, you have to know the good practices to recognize the
bad way of doing things.
Yeah.
Right.
You want people to learn the right way of doing things.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is all normal stuff that happens with any game. It's just that most games aren't open to the public during the course of their development.
A lot of the times, if you go, to be honest, even AAA games now take years and years. So it's not even like our life cycle is particularly long in compared to a lot of other games that are a third, quarter of the scale of what we do.
Citizen Joel? Yeah. Star Wars has had multiple like seasons of television shows. There's like 3 Star Trek shows. There's also there was what was it called? The Orville was on pretty recently for Rand. I think that's done for though. I don't think they're continuing to make the stuff like that. But like right there's a solid, probably at least 6 different shows running concurrently that might need spaceships. Not to mention things like what is that? There's another couple other kind of streaming shows out there, and so yeah, The Expanse is a little old, but yeah, that's there too. I feel like Autocast is just saying random things. I don't like, I'm seeing them say things like, I'm wondering who got my last job. I'm not even a game developer. Who are you? What's going on? Are you an AI? Even an animated sci-fi? Well, yeah, you still need 3D animations, 3D modeling, stuff like that.
We do.
Halo,
but
yeah.
a lot of the time, you'll develop pipeline and processes, and you lock that in. You get to a certain point in that game's development, and you lock it in and go, right, this is it. We're finishing it. Mm-hmm. Whereas obviously with our game, we have the luxury of constantly evolving our tech and our pipeline processes, and you can hopefully see the improvements with the latest patch.
I'm just wondering what's going on. Like, maybe they're delayed. It just feels like they're not talking the way the rest of us are talking. Because yeah, truth is not compatible with manipulation. I've been wondering who got me fired from my job. Lol. Just move on. Bombs are so efficient, just destroy everything. CIG coursed me into a server for chat to abuse, and I've been investigating it. Phantom Fox. Forced me into a server for chat abuse. What? Maybe they're chatting in the wrong place. No, I'm just trying. Are you, like, what's going on, dude? Like, what are you talking about? CIG coursed me into a server. Am I just not getting a joke? We're not saying you're about to I'm going to the bar. Okay, buddy. I'm more just concerned.
As you know, some of that stuff's come online, it really makes a massive difference to our player base. So we absolutely.
I'm just not following whatever you're saying. Like I didn't get you fired from your job. I don't know that. I don't know. Maybe you're responding to something I just didn't get. That's all I'm getting. I'm just like, I don't know what's going on.
Absolutely want to be at that kind of cutting edge of making the best we can. So our processes do change. Our quality standards change. Our visual detail levels change. And yeah, we're always trying to push that stuff forward.
You mentioned the Retaliator gold standard, so I gotta ask about modularity. So modularity was this big concept we introduced back in 2015. I remember it was literally one of the first comlinks I ever wrote up as a community manager for the project way back when. We made a lot of promises back then about doing this and doing that and doing this other thing and whatever, and then 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. I mean, there's no point in hiding it. It's been forever. Yeah. It's been forever. Now with Invictus, now, like you said, you always add something to every patch. the modularity thing is, the fire started back up. Obviously, there's not a whole lot of modules that are available for Invictus. It's a very small selection. But is this the start? Is this a turning point, or is this just here? Take this, and we'll be back in another 8 years with more modularity. Like, what is this?
So, for the most part, depending on there's a couple of different levels of modularity. So you've got the sort of modularity you have with the MPUV, where the pod can detach and attach. We're still not there yet, but for something like the Galaxy's pods or the Retaliator's pods, where it's something you take somewhere to swap out for you, we're now at the stage where we can do that one. So ships moving forward that would have the feature will have it, and older ships, when we get round to doing the gold standards of those ships, we can revisit the modularity to introduce it to the ships that need it. But it depends on which version. So there is still some tech needed, but for the base level of being able to swap out the modules inside of the ship that needs swapping out, we can actually do that now, like you see with the Retaliator right now. It swaps in, swaps out. You can get the torpedoes, you can get the cargo. It depends what you want to do with the ship. So that's working. Big shout out to the team. Got it working on time. Works really, really well.
So with the Retaliator in 323.1, we didn't have a chance to talk about it in ISC. It's the torpedo module that they've had in there. It can now just be swapped out. The new module is a cargo module, so you can turn it into a cargo ship, and then with the proper grid and everything. And then the blank base module, because if you have to pull it out, you have to you have something to put in there.
Yeah, but it depends which one you got, right? Although people have had the loaner for a long time now, which was the Retaliator bomber, which was the torpedo variant. It depends which version they got, because they might have bought the base, they might have bought the base with all the different modules. It depends what they purchased.
Don't even get me started about the Retaliator bomber with torpedoes.
We changed it. It's now torpedo.
Can we talk about what's next? I don't want to no win. I'm not going to ask you a win, but what are the next modules?
I think we've shown
the dropship one,
Habs,
and the Habs / living quarters ones.
And then again, we've thrown around ideas about other ones. We talked about doing a hunting.
Well, we talked about a bounty hunter one.
Bounty hunter, like raptor cages for going to get things.
Medical one.
There's medical. Yeah, we could support a bunch of different
ones.
Like gameplay features with it. I don't think you necessarily see I don't know, like a salvage version or anything. So I don't think it's going to be a case of like all of a sudden it becomes like the Uber ship, that does everything. I think it still needs to make sense as to what that vehicle's kind of role is.
Actually, give it a bomber, a bomb dropping module. So
we'd love to.
I
do want to touch quickly on the torpedo one, because I know there's an issue for some players at the moment who have the bomber one, that they're missing their torpedo modules. Then Turbulent and Platform are looking into it. There's a couple hundred accounts. For some reason, when their pledges got converted from the old bomber to base plus torpedo module, did not get the one, but that is being looked at. So I've seen a few issue council things on it, but it's being looked at.
So let's move on to ground vehicles. It's not just all spaceships and stuff. The Pulse, certainly, changing things for bunker missions and life inside space stations at the moment. Did you tell anybody on the mission team you were doing this?
I mean, as John says at the very beginning, we send out an email to every lead and design.
It's not new. When it used to be, I remember back in the days of Port Olisar, people used to get the X1, PTV, and Dragonfly inside the airlock, and you go down to spawn your ship for the first time, and someone would just be sat in the middle of the globe on it.
And the goal was to make a vehicle that could fit inside everything. And
success.
We were thinking more other vehicles, but it fits inside everything. So.
There are mechanisms that are supposed to sort of limit it and prevent it, both short and long term. Like if someone came and drove their car around inside here, the police are not going to be too happy about it.
I know that there are currently some issues with ground physics or whatnot, the Ursa bumping around or bouncing and stuff like this. Any joy for this? Any hope for this?
It's somewhere between network and physics. Looking at because there's a weird update problem where, and you can see it if you have a load of vehicles next to each other, that they all sort of bounce on their suspension at the same time. That's being looked at. which doesn't happen in the editor. So this, again, sort of the experience we have when we're developing these vehicles doesn't translate one-to-one with how it is in the live product, frustratingly. People have seen that, or hopefully have seen the fix for that for AI combat recently in the recent patches, that they've gone from being unresponsive at times to probably a bit too responsive now. It's the same with ground vehicles. There's still more we want to do with them. Like, compared to spaceships, they don't have a huge amount of customization. We want to eventually go like upgrading engines, gearboxes, wheels, swapping your wheels out for different ones with them, so they have the similar sort of upgrade paths.
That's exactly what my next question was, yeah.
But again, it comes down to gameplay engineers. Do we want to refactor that ground vehicle code? Because it is a completely separate code path. It's still based on a lot of the original CryEngine arcade vehicle code. Even though the wheel and tyre handling is all new from us, the underlying system is still sort of separate to vehicles. Talked with Chris a lot about just unifying them into just a vehicle system, but that requires someone to go like, rather than this line in the XML that deals with engine parameters, it's an item now that goes on and drives those wheels. So again, priorities, we want to do it. It's just engineering directors, are you going to spend your time on this feature for 10, 15 ground vehicles versus whatever else?
Are ground vehicles as big a priority as spaceships? Are they an afterthought? Like how do you? I wanted to touch on this in the prior discussion, but how do you view ground vehicles in the scope of?
I think our games. It's a whole universe, right? Like you've got planets that you need to be able to explore, and you've got space you need to be able to explore, and different players play the game different ways. So I think we need to support all aspects of that. So from my point of view, I love ground vehicles. I come from 10 years in racing games. So yeah, I definitely want to see more ground vehicles, more variety, more options and functionality. I don't think you can, there's still space for more. I want to see motorbikes. It'd be nice to get.
At the same time, we're just about at the status update section. So
same time though, is because of the fact that the wheel system is the way that it is right now, we know that every ground vehicle that we make is something we're going to have to go back and
you have to fix it again.
But it's not even just fix it. The sort of rework we're talking there to change it from what it currently is to what it would need to be for this whole new system is a massive amount of work. So it's just like talking about a new feature, right? It's the same as talking about all the different modules we want to do for the Endeavour. It would be a huge amount of work to go back and change them all. So everyone we
not
make,
just on you. You're talking about other teams.
Oh yeah.
It's not just us.
It's a feature team that has to fix the actual wheel. So that's for argument's sake, say that happens. All the vehicles that are made will need to be fixed by us, by Tech Art, by Audio,
to use the new system.
To use the new system, and every extra vehicle we add is more debt that we're generating for that. So don't get me wrong, we love ground vehicles like every other vehicle. I mean, it is just a vehicle, but it's knowing that we are at some point going to have to go back and do this. It's just avoiding having to have the exact sort of situation we had with the Starfarer, where we made a vehicle just to get it out and then had to go back and retrofit a feature into it because the feature had slightly changed from how we made it at the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so from the chat, we've had a couple questions about the medbed respawning. As far as, let me just rephrase this a little bit here. It says, did you change the medbed respawning just to sell more nurses? David, I'm gonna take this one because this one actually isn't some for you. Star Citizen, getting that. Where is this other thing? Stuff like this. So we have a pretty big reveal and stuff. But I want to talk about set this up. Let's just talk about what's in the current pipeline. So that's really what it is. Because to be quite frank, if it's not,
I'm just going to skip it because we already watched it. So
in the current pipeline, if it's not being actively worked on right now, the answer is it's not being actively worked on. So we're going to talk about what is being actively worked on, and instead of sitting here for the next 15 minutes and saying it's not that, it's not that, it's not that, it's not that, we're going to tell you what is being actively worked on, and you can infer that if your ship your favorite ship name wasn't in that list and wasn't in this discussion that's about to happen, that it's not being actively worked on, and it will when we have time in the schedule and resources to tackle it. So John, Ben, whomever, no, let's make Corey do it. No.
On the spot, Corey.
What's actively in development?
Right. So if you go back and look at the CitizenCon presentation we did, we had a sort of teaser video. There was 10 ships in there. We're, 6 months past CitizenCon now? 6 months to the next one. We're halfway through those ships now. So the 5 that have not been released from that video, they're all in production. Yep, they're all in production now. With the exception of the Legionnaire, they should all be within that 12-month window. Legionnaire, again, is going a bit further just because of gameplay. The gameplay teams can't support us for when we wanted to do it originally, which is fine. But there is also a lot more than that. When we did that video, people didn't know about the Sulan as well. So Santok Yai, X1s, Spirits, Hornet Mark IIs, Nursa was in there. Firebird wasn't in there. So that wasn't like, here's 10 ships, these are the only 10 ships that we're delivering. We're doing more than that on the sly as well.
Okay. So of ships that people know about, obviously some of those ships we haven't revealed yet. We're not going to sit here and reveal a ship that hasn't been revealed on the show. But of the ships that people know about, right now, they have a name and they're aware it existed. Maybe they've pledged for it.
There's 2 from that video, and they're pretty much the 2 that people know about now. The first one is the Zeus. So the Zeus ES is coming at 4.0. We did the Lod 0 gate review for that yesterday.
Yeah, so that was the one that Montreal have kind of been working away since they've kind of moved on from the cutters. And yeah, it's just past Lod 0 gate review. Smashed it. It's looking so good. So very, very excited to get that one.
It's one of those ones that looks so terrifyingly good, you then have to go look at all the other things that happen and go, oh, we need to...
We showed it to Chris last week, I think it was, and he was like, it's setting new standards. And we're like, that's really, really good. It's a bit scary, but really, really good. So yeah, very, very happy with it.
So the Zeus is in development?
The Zeus ES is in development. That will come first at 4.0. The CL is coming after that, and then the MR will come a bit later.
Okay. I know we're working on a couple variants of existing ships. I think Brand approved us to reveal that there's another...
There's another Sabre, probably the one that people thought the Firebird was going to be.
That's interdiction or QED or something like that.
It's that. That should be soon, TM. Not giving dates. And then, there's some of the other recent releases will be getting some variants.
Okay. There's a lot of resource network
variants. Okay. So I do want to kind of like, basically what we've listened to so far is a lot of stuff we've already heard, but it's all primer for what he's saying here, because what they were saying is like, oh, we're doing variants. Why are they doing variants? Because they have a lot of new people working for them right now. And variants are easier for them to do if they have new people. So maybe pulses. Gosh, there's a couple other things too. So it's more than just pulse
stuff going on that's taking up a whole lot of your time. There's going through and retouching every single spaceship that's currently in game. Not all at once. You've got your top 10.
So
that you're working on.
It's going into.
Verdict's ship pipeline is as hosed as it's been for the past 2 years. We were never going to get a shit ton of capital ships until they get 4.0 in. Like, they need engineering and a lot of other gameplay aspects to get capital ship gameplay in. And they're still working on the fucking the fucking Javelin's still under is getting re-evaluated for Squadron. So, like, the Javelin is getting retouched up. Those people who have been working on the Javelin aren't going to be able to work on any of the other stuff. So, yeah, ES is the Explorer, and what's the Marquis? The MR is the combat version. What's the trading version? Is it the CL, the Clipper, right? The Clipper. Yeah, they need to have their features, but they can't even fucking put them in the game until server meshing's in. There's no point in having these massive capital ships until server meshing can work. And that's what they were saying earlier. It's like we could put a bunch of effort and resources into capital ships, but that's all you'll get for this year. And then it won't have all the features, so we're going to have to rework all of that shit when it comes out if we just release it anyways, which will cause even more delay. Plus, we've got a bunch of other things like engineering, which needs to be mocked up, and then fucking Maelstrom needs to be mocked up as well. So all of these things need to be put into the game. That's where the resources are going. They're not making the ships that are super huge and expensive until they can get all these other things in.
Two different parts. Like I was saying before, we can't.
It's not really about the capital ships, but about the Apollo. The Apollo has a drone. They want drone gameplay to be in. I'm sure it's something they're working on, but drone gameplay needs to be in for them to have the Apollo function the way it's supposed to. And they also needed modularity because effectively the beds are module swaps. And the beds also obviously are going to be using resources, which isn't going to be until 4.0. And then the Legionnaire doesn't have hacking because there's no hacking isn't in the game yet. And the G12, let's be brutally honest. The state of ground gameplay sucks ass. Like, ground vehicles are awful. They feel awful. They need to have their full kind of revamp done, which they still haven't done in terms of like how traction works. So. Yeah, the Freelancer is a mess. The Reclaimer is a mess. They had to completely redo the Cutlass from the ground up because it was so fucked. So, like, just wait. It's fine. Just chill. Let them
partially do it. It's a whole new system.
Problem is they had their revamp done in 20. No, they didn't. They didn't have their revamp done in 320. They had a partial revamp, but it wasn't the full ground traction stuff. So and the Ranger itself is its own beast because it's the only vehicle that'll be a two wheels. So until they have multiple bikes for them to do, it's always going to be: do we want to put resources into making the Ranger function, which will require more people and also other people from other teams, or do we just want to make another ship, another hover vehicle? G12 and Apollo were teased in production and got shelved again. Yeah, that happens a lot. But I understand why the G12 and the Apollo got shelved because there's no reason to. The G12, like, let's be honest, is anybody here clamoring for their G12? I know people are clamoring for their Apollo, but the Apollo, as I just said, has two major issues that isn't in yet. And as they were saying, they don't want to release something without its full features in.
For how resources get transported around the ship, so we can't have some doing it and some not. It's straight up a redo of the system. It would make no sense for some ships to use it and some not. They just wouldn't interact correctly with each other. So we've taken the most popular multi-crew ships, and they have got a full resource network pass where we've physicalized all the components inside the ship, so they're all physically there. They can be opened up.
I want my G12 to come out so I can finish my CCU change. The only reason why I want the G12 to come out is so people come. So CIG finishes the easy dunks. The G12 is the last easy dunk they have. That's a backlog. Like, I don't think there's anything else. Like, the Ranger isn't an easy dunk because there's no bikes that exist, so it's a little complicated. And no, you can't just take the physics from hover bikes and apply it to a motorbike. That's not how games work. You could, but it would be god awful. I had to go to the screen because I knew someone was going to make that. I've heard that comment so many times.
Up, you can see that.
I think Apollo's 2025, but I think they need to get 4.0 out with what they have. We may even see the Apollo with 4.0.
You can repair them, whatever. That's with the top 10. Not top 10. It's the most popular. It was the top 10, but some of them are variants of each other. So we've just taken the most popular ones. And everything else still needs a base level pass for Resource Network to actually allow them to function. So it's changes to their loadouts, adding the relays, and then making sure that they actually function, because we've got to remove the pipe system. We're also using it as an opportunity, what we mentioned at CitizenCon, where we talked about why the Zeus had way more shield generators than everything else. We're actually using 4.0 as the opportunity to do those changes. So there's a huge amount of changes to other ships as well, with their component numbers and sizes and things. The ones mentioned before, that will all be physicalized. The others, they won't be physicalized, so they'll be invisible inside the ship, but you'll still be able to change their loadouts and things. But that's not all for 4.0. We're also having to support other features that are coming online. I won't go into too much details because it's other feature teams, but it's huge sweeps across all of the ships, and we need to get all that stuff delivered, because as we've had the stuff that everyone saw at CitizenCon come down into the PU, it doesn't just magically work. We need to actually go in and change the ships to actually get them to work with that. So we did the markup pass for all of the mini maps inside the ship, so that, get a nice map when you bring it all up. But this is all extra stuff that we spend time and takes resources to do.
Right. So the Zeus.
Yes.
The two of the Zeuses this year.
Yes.
Would I consider the whole B an easy dunk? Not really, but because the whole B is an issue of, and this is going to sound awful, but what do we get from the whole B that we don't get from the whole A? And that's CIG's metric. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Are we going to get a big means out of it? And if not, could we get something better out of another ship, maybe another variant? Are we going to sell a ton for the whole Bs? And who knows? They said they're doing variants. The whole B is a variant. I could see them doing the whole B this year. But it's really the juice worth the squeeze. Is the juice worth the squeeze? It's like, I think it's like one of the last sort of variant-esque ships that exists is the whole series. Because like the whole C is out. Is the whole E an easy dunk? It's just a big whole C. I don't know that a whole B is a variant, really. It's its own whole unique geometry, sizing relevant to A. Yeah, but it's sort of similar to like how the Taurus is a variant of the Andromeda. The Taurus actually has a unique hull compared to the other ships, but it's built off the same chassis. A lot of the same techniques and even the corridors and mesh and a lot of the stuff that they use for the whole A would work for the whole B. Like, it's just a matter of sizing changes. It's really what it is.
Two of the Zeuses this year. That's not an easy thing. A couple variants of existing ships. Obviously.
Yes, the Kraken is a giant cuddy, but that's because all Drake ships are just variants of the cuddy.
the brand new vehicles that folks can always expect to come through a thing that we're not going to spoil here. All that work going back and touching the existing ships and preparing them for Resource Network. Some of them need their gold standard in order to come up for the Resource Network. That doesn't sound like a whole lot of backlog coming. There's something big on the backlog that's taken up a lot of resources.
Maybe missing about 8 artists worth of resources.
Okay. What's the
8 artists worth of resources? Are they going to say the fucking Javelin because it's been missing from the fucking game for the last 6 months?
Big thing on the backlog that's coming this year, though.
The Polaris. It's coming.
Oh, it's the Polaris. Okay.
Saying it very quietly.
Yeah. Saying it very quietly.
It's the Polaris. Like, although people have obviously seen the teasers and trailers and the outside looks very, very nice, but that's because that's what we focused on. That one had...
The UTV was never sold. I don't count the UTV as a vehicle. CIG never sold the Ute. If they sold the Ute, I would be mad, but they never did. It was just a tease. Money never exchanged hands for a Ute, so I don't care about it. I only care about anything that CIG can do to take their backlog and crush it so that people will stop bitching about the goddamn backlog.
some of our like most talented artists on it to try and get it to a highest possible standard in time for the flyby and everything. Big shout out to all of our art team that's been putting so many hours into it.
I think like Alex, Dan, Lloyd, all kind of smashed that exterior. Obviously, we've only shown the exterior, or are only showing the exterior so far. The exterior, we've kind of it technically is in grey box, but obviously visually it's far.
We're not talking about the flyby in Invictus. There's a bunch of chat saying, "Didn't we already know that?" No.
Oh, sorry. I know we're talking about.
Yes, we already knew that. Like how we knew that 4.0 was coming after 3.23. Because you tell us every month what you're working on. And like back in March, you said you were done in gray box. And people can math, Jared and Chip Team. We are not as stupid as you take us for sometimes. We can math. We know that it doesn't take that long to do an interior gray box. And if you're already in gray box in March, yeah, by the end of the year, you're hitting this thing out. And they literally had it on the 12-month teaser result, yeah.
The actual release as well, yeah. So we're not.
Not everyone plays the PTU or reads the reports, though. That's true, but like acting like it's not. It's a surprise to everyone. Is like, there's plenty of people who've been paying attention.
We haven't just made the exterior and gone.
No, we're talking about full flight ready.
Yep.
Released to the backers.
Yep.
Yes.
They can fly it and use it this year.
Yep.
Yes.
When?
Which one on the camera? I'm going to recreate what we'd filmed for ISE that's now redundant.
That one. You're looking at
this one.
That one.
So the Polaris is going to be flight ready, fully released at IE this year.
So IE this year, not 4.0.
Not 4.0.
But for whatever the patch number for Invictus is. Yeah. And you're ready to go on record for that. What happens if you don't make it?
It will come out at IE.
What happens if you don't make it, Ben?
Well, he's my boss. It will come out at IE.
All right. So,
sorry, just before, also massive shout out to all the interior guys as well, because we've got a whole other bunch of artists that are.
I think really what they're not saying it, but it's something they've said in the past, is that the reason why this is so important is because what they're actually doing isn't just building the Polaris. They're building the ship language for and the materials for the Astra, Perseus, Galaxy. What else is there for the RSI? Is that it? Oh, and the Orion. The interior design, the exterior paneling design, all of those assets they're building for the Polaris are going to be reused for every RSI ship going forward. And that's why it takes a long time. And that should reduce the amount of time those other ships take to make, because they can reuse a lot of those assets. And the Apollo. The Apollo is another one in there, too. The Pegasus, the Pegasus, I think, is dead. Long live the Pegasus.
Smashing the interior. It's not at the level where we wanted to show it.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, it also means that 4.0 is coming out before IAE. That's the other secret thing that they're saying, but we already knew that. It's not really secret, because they wouldn't release the Polaris without engineering. So they're planning on having the Polaris completely done with engineering and fire, and everything else by IAE.
Yeah, but yeah, they are plowing through that work, and
Nautilus is an Aegis ship,
and it's gonna be great.
It's a big ship, it's a lot of rooms.
Yeah. I mean, you'll see a bit of the interior gray box on ISC.
Oh, of
next
course.
Week.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you'll see the current status of the interior gray box on ISC next week. But yeah, IAE this year, obviously that's a huge undertaking. Mark, you're going to be a meme after this week's show of just saying it's a lot of work, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of work. The Polaris is a lot of work.
It's taking up almost half of the UK art team?
Yeah, just under half the UK art team have been focusing on it.
So literally to get it done this year, that's half the...
If you see it on the floor, it's fucking huge. That thing is massive. It is bigger than anything we have in the game. Like, I think the only thing that even rivals it is the Reclaimer, and that's only because it's taller. And I think the Reclaimer is only just taller. This thing is fucking huge.
The UK art team on it to get it done.
We've absorbed it, as they like to say in the industry. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah,
you've absorbed the additional thing.
So we've made some efficiencies elsewhere. So
Oh
yeah, massive ones actually.
Shout out to Guillaume and the Montreal Tech Tools team for giving us auto lods.
So
is the 890 longer? It's a little longer. I don't mean just long. I know everyone only thinks in length, but I'm also thinking girth and width. I'm so disappointed in you, chat. You only think about the length and you don't think about the girth. We've always been about the thickness here at the AstroPub.
So to summarize for folks before we sign up.
Oh, Idris is much bigger, actually. The Idris is like 2 Polarises put together.
We're a few minutes over. Ships in active development. The Polaris.
Yep.
The 2 of the Zeuses. 2 of the Zeuses. The
ES and the CL.
The one start with the L. Not the Liberator. The
Legionnaire.
The Legionnaire.
Yeah.
Saber variant.
Some variants. Some variants that you don't know about, and some new ships you don't know about. But as far as the ships that you know about and stuff, those are the ones in active development. Everything else has no update to provide for you right now. That's just me being real with you, being honest with you, and hoping you'll appreciate it. So
there's no Liberator. There's no Liberator. There's no Orion, Arastra, Nautilus, Galaxy, Perseus, Odyssey, and Expanse, G12 apparently, Apollo. Quit telling me what I was talking about. I mean, I get what you're saying, yeah.
guys, thank you. Thank you so much. Obviously, you've got your work cut out with you with getting the first. I know we refer to the 890 as a capital ship and stuff like this, but I feel like there's something, we can argue till this cows come home over what's a capital ship. The Polaris is going to be the first kind of, nobody can argue that that's not
combat capital ship.
Yeah, it's got all the capital ship features that it needs to be capital.
Yeah, so you got a big task ahead of you this year. You're going to do it. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here on the show with us this week. I know these aren't always the easiest things to get through. I appreciate you taking the tough questions and allowing me to put them towards you. Folks, if you haven't, check out this week's ISC. It revealed the brand new Sabre Firebird, which looks super cool, and the new NERSA. We all like that name. We're going to stick with that.
I'm not sure.
When you dine it.
Medivac, that's debuting at this year's Invictus. Come back next week. Next week's ISC is part 2 of the Invictus. We're revealing a brand new concept vehicle that's coming up at Drake Defense Con. I think I can. I already said it, so it doesn't really matter whether I can say it or not.
It's spelled out, Jared.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's really cool though. Like I'm absolutely. That name we're going to stick with it.
I'm not sure about it.
When you dine it.
I think he's just wanting to make sure everyone's okay. Like, you're okay with it? It's a great nickname. That reminds me. Chat, do you know what CIG thought that we were going to call the Retaliator? What the nickname we were going to have for the Retaliator was going to be? You'll never guess. No, it wasn't the Tally. It was the Retta. Yeah. They thought we were going to call it the Retta. It's in the original design documents that the bomber pilots call it the Retta. It's literally what the original lore was, and they changed it after the fact because they're like, "Oh, that was really stupid." the getter backer.
Medivac, that's
So it's not surprising they didn't come up with the NERSA, even though the community came up with it in like 5 minutes. They were calling it the NERSA when it was still barely like hinted at releasing.
Debuting at this year's Invictus. Come back next week. Next week's ISC is part 2 of the Invictus. We're revealing a brand new concept vehicle that's coming up on at Drake Defense Con. I think I already said it. So.
You said combat vehicle? Hold on.
Folks, if you haven't, check out this week's ISC. It revealed the brand new Sabre Firebird, which looks super cool, and the new NERSA.
When you die,
Medivac, that's come back next week. Next week's ISC is part 2 of the Invictus. We're revealing a brand new concept vehicle that's coming up on at Drake Defense Con.
Concept vehicle, not ship. So we were saying earlier, X was like, "Oh, this is going to be a capital ship." I don't think so. I think it's a Drake truck. I don't know. Oh, I know what it is. Oh fuck, yeah, it's the mule. It's the mule tractor. It's the mule crane. It's the crane mule. We've seen it. We've seen it in concept images with the UGFs, with the distribution centers. The Drake, they've mentioned it multiple times. It like slipped it in a couple places. It's the mule crane. It's a mule with a giant crane on the back. It's a Drake misstep. Well, because I think it uses rope tech rather than tractor beams. So it's actually you actually use it to like grab onto things. Hey, late. I'm gonna go to bed. We're almost done.
I think I already said it, so it doesn't really matter whether I could say it or not.
It's fault now, Jared.
Oh, yeah, it's really cool though. Like I'm absolutely in love with it. I was just talking to Gav about it all weekend at Beacon about it. And then of course we will take that inside look.
Hopefully not too loudly.
What?
Talking to Gav all weekend at Beacon about it. Hopefully it wasn't too loud a conversation.
No.
Okay.
And then of course we'll take a look at the current inside gray box progress of the players that you'll see flying around at this year's event. So for John, for Mark, for Ben, for Corey, I'm Jared. Take it easy, everybody. Did you break it?
Don't know.
Okay.
Can you still hear me?
We'll see you later, everybody. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Y'all, I've been streaming for 7 hours. It's 1 o'clock in the fucking morning. I need to go to fucking bed. EchoBit is here? When did EchoBit show up? Oh no, can you raid EchoBit? Fuck yeah, I can raid EchoBit. But we're gonna watch one more thing because I want to show you the trailer for Squadron 40. I mean Invictus.
The endless night was still and cold and vast. Yet in that moonless winter sky, unyielding they remained, tied to their mast. Forever watching, always standing by. Neath crushing blows, they fought on in our name. They battled bravely through endless wars. Our redemption, born of their bloody sacrifice, so that we might meet again on distant shores. Matters not whether they prevailed. For them, the cost was greater than single victories. Side by side, unafraid to fail. Their courage a beacon to guide humanity. Together, we are one empire. United in purpose.
I always love these trailers. They're always so good with propaganda. They've gotten so much better at propaganda as they go through. Sorry, did I just see a trailer for ILW or Squadron 42? Right? Right? That's what I was saying. This is a Squadron 42 trailer. Makes you patriotic for a nation that doesn't exist. Now I'm going to go to bed. So EchoBit streaming, right? Go say hi to EchoBit. They are a great streamer. They're worth your time, worth your energy. Summit is still streaming. Oh, Verity's got a lot of people watching. That's great. Oh, and Bed Banana is streaming. Jesus Christ, Bed Banana is back. We're going to get some new shit here. That's awesome.
Thank you for the raid. Thank you for trusting me with your community. And for those that have just joined us, I want to show you how easy it is to sign up to these races. So here is the event guide for Mountains of Mayhem. You can read all about Death the Racing here, and the track that we're going to be using at Yara Valley and Reverse.